they're not AIs. What happens when the internet connects AIs together? That becomes that's a future that could be extremely exciting or extremely scary. I want to caution that when I say that I think AI will be bigger than the internet, I don't mean today. I don't mean in 2 years. I'm thinking, 20 years maybe, when lots of things have been figured out. I think we'll find ourselves having vast new capabilities. Some of them we have now, but we'll figure out how to use them and hopefully control them. But the idea of many, many, many intelligent artificial entities around the world is, in a way, will be more transformative than the ability of non-intelligent computers to communicate with each other.
Do you think that, one of the things Professor Ackerman said, we're chatting with law professor Scott Shapiro at Yale, is that that if AI, if we make the mistake as humankind to replace so many people with jobs that maybe not just tedious jobs, but jobs that people earn money at, that we're making a mistake for the actual practical reason that we won't have enough people earning money to then buy the goods and services that feeds the capitalist enterprise. And I was thinking about that too. We have to be very careful not to impoverish wide sections of people, notwithstanding the fact that we don't want a lot of people in a room, doing longhand. We have to figure this out the right way, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. It's just that we probably won't. I'm sorry
we
to
probably
say that.
Won't. That's right.
We probably won't. And there are people. I think a lot about it. There are many people who worry about these problems, and there are many people who don't worry about these problems and make this technology, and they throw it out there, and they want to, gain market share, and they want to gain money. Consequences be damned. And I think that this is obviously a very serious issue and problem. If social media is any indication, the ability and the political and social will to do anything about it may be less than we hope for.
Zero. A couple of things. First of all, I'm very worried about Sora, which is the new one that clones voice and video, because now we won't be able to even trust what we see, much less the fact that we already don't trust what we hear or read. My son-in-law just got to Meta. He was at Amazon Web Services for 5 years, and he was just, I was going to say seduced. What's the right word? Recruited by Meta, because he's another genius. And he ended up in compliance, and his job is to have Meta comply with what the rules are. And he's a wonderful guy. I love him to pieces. And he was with us for Rosh Hashanah, and he said, it's pretty surprising to me, but like Europe actually has some things that we have to comply with in terms of children, in terms of social media, in terms of privacy, what they can access. He said the United States really doesn't have anything. I'm like, if you've been listening to my show, Senator Blumenthal and Marsha Blackburn, who agree on nothing in the world, are trying to get a piracy, whatever they call it, like a cybersecurity, AI, social media safety thing. They can't get it. They are a Republican and Democrat, and they can't get anybody to vote. So we in the United States are not only behind. I think we've been terribly remiss, actually, particularly when it comes to our children. And I'm a free speech, almost absolutist, but I understand about children, and we have not protected them.
Oh, I completely understand what you're saying. Just to give a little context, so it is true that Europe, the European Union, heavily regulates tech. and the United States doesn't, to say the least. The kind of the backstory here is that the European Union does not have a healthy tech ecosystem. And so they can afford, so to speak,
You're right.
To regulate heavily companies that are not European.
Yeah, and they don't innovate. They don't do anything. I know.
Right. They innovate in terms of regulation. They don't innovate in terms of technology.
Right.
So we're in a kind of weird situation where, because so much of U.S. wealth and power depends on our tech industries, we don't regulate them because they have huge political and economic power. Whereas in Europe, they don't have it. And if anything, they're putting constraints on American companies, so they don't internalize their costs, and they don't get European blowback, but they do get American blowback, which is good in part for European politics. So, like everything, it's politics kind of underneath a lot of it, and it has to do with like what we're good at and what Europe's good at.
So you were, from 2024 to 2025, you were special assistant for AI ethics at this organization called CISA, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure. Does that organization still exist?
Yes, I mean, it does, and it does. I mean, yes.
I'm laughing because a lot of things have been stripped away in the last year.
That's why I'm laughing too. I mean, in a painful way. Kind of you would do right before you go up to the gallows. I mean, so CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, is the main cybersecurity defense organization for the United States. And President Biden had imposed numerous regulations through executive order on the federal government to abide by certain types of AI safety regulations. And one of my jobs was to explain these rules to the general public so that they would understand what the federal government was doing for AI safety and AI ethics. And when the new administration came in, all that was basically gutted, and so I left.
So you left. So you really don't know if the agency that you left is functioning, really.
Well, I do know from what I read in the papers, and from what I read in the papers, I would say that it is going through a time of transition. Whatever that means.
Whatever that means. Professor Scott Shapiro, I think I could talk to you for hours. You're going to be at the library tomorrow between 12 and 1:30 in Westport. Have you been there before?
No, I've been to Westport, of course, many times, but never to the library, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Sure. The library in Westport is not really a library. It's a multimedia kind of a place. Books are there. I won't say they're an afterthought because that would be unkind, but they're not the main focus. I think the main focus is the exchange of ideas in every format between, standing on a stage or great talks or podcasting or whatever they're doing, and books. But I think you'll love it. I think you'll really love it. Yeah.
I'm sure Westport is beautiful. Everyone's been really kind. And I have to say they have put together, with the exception of me, they put together a terrific program, and I think it'll be a great conversation, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Professor Scott Shapiro from Yale on the Lisa Wexler Show. Professor Shapiro, I hope you'll come on the show again.
I would love to. Thank you very much. It was great speaking to you.
Wonderful.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and cool this afternoon with a high in the low 60s. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's October 10th. We thank you for your service. On this day in 1845, the U.S. Naval Academy opened in Annapolis, Maryland, and the basic training format remains at the Academy to this day. You remember these sound effects? In 1979, the popular arcade game Pac-Man was first released. In 2004, the entire planet mourned a world without a Superman when the great Christopher Reeve passed away.
Easy, miss. I've got you.
You've got me? Who's got you? I can't believe it. I just cannot believe it. He got her.
October 10th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. You're listening to WICC, the Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Stocks have moved deep in the red after President Trump's threat to impose sharply higher tariffs on China. CBS's Jason Brooks says Trump's upset at restrictions China's placed on exports of rare earths.
Trump says he sees no reason to meet with China's President Xi Jinping during a planned trip to Asia in 2 weeks, sparking concerns in the market that trade tensions are once again flaring up. China supplies 70% of the globe's rare earth metals, which are critical for U.S. tech and defense companies.
The NASDAQ index is down about 2.5% at this hour. Mass firings of federal employees are underway.
The rifts have begun. That's the message posted on social media by Russ Vought, head of the White House Office of Management and Budget. The rifts, or reductions in force, come amid the government shutdown, as the Senate has been unable to pass a short-term federal funding bill. These firings are described by the Budget Office as substantial. The move by the Trump administration is meant to pressure Senate Democrats to drop their demand to extend expiring subsidies that help millions of Americans buy health insurance under the Affordable Care Act. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Multiple people are dead or missing after an explosion at a munitions plant about 60 miles southwest of Nashville. Here's Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis.
We had a very devastating blast at Accurate Arms, encompassed one whole building that was on the facilities. We do have several people at this time that's unaccounted for.
In Gaza today with a ceasefire in effect. Tens of thousands of people are walking north to see what is left of their homes. Some of them have already discovered the homes have been reduced to rubble. In Israel, there is joy at the prospect of the remaining hostages being released early next week. CBS's Robert Berger is in Jerusalem.
It's a huge collective sigh of relief for the entire country. I mean, the hostage issue has just overshadowed life here since the war began 2 years ago.
Other peace news.
I'm Vicki Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. The Nobel Peace Prize awarded to Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado. The committee praising Machado for uniting the opposition around shared democratic values.
At a time when democracy is under threat, it is more important than ever to defend this common ground.
Machado expressing her thanks from hiding somewhere in her native land.
President Trump called Machado to congratulate her and to say she deserves the award. The Dow is down more than 1% at this hour. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines, he told me. This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service. Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A hoax email from overseas prompted a precautionary protocol for all Milford public schools this morning. Milford police are confirming that all 8 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools in the district activated a no outdoor activities and limited visitation protocol this morning as the result of an email from another country that was received this morning. It did not specify a school and was deemed not credible. The district says the protocol was lifted this morning. A former state police sergeant charged with spitting in the face of a YouTube journalist in Groton has been granted accelerated rehabilitation. Brian Fahey was ordered to spend 18 months on probation, and the disorderly conduct charge against him will be erased if he complies with the terms. Fahey was charged with spitting at YouTuber Sean Paul Reyes, who visited his Groton home to question Fahey about his overtime earnings. The judge also ordered Fahey to attend anger management classes. A Ridgefield woman accused of poisoning her estranged partner by putting antifreeze in his wine has been released on bond. Kristen Hogan is facing 2 counts of attempted murder and interfering with police, with her bond set at $1 million. Hogan was released yesterday after the court allowed her to post 10% of the bond in cash. She will be allowed to remain free under home confinement at the home of her grandparents in Massachusetts while awaiting trial. A woman has been arrested in Derby after she allegedly crashed into a police cruiser while trying to flee from officers. Police say Aaliyah Beeman was trying to drive away in a stolen vehicle after allegedly assaulting a man and his dog on Elizabeth Street on September 27th. Beeman was arrested after police say she crashed into a cruiser and another vehicle. She's being held on $250,000 bond on numerous charges. And a Fairfield resident has been confirmed to a position in the Trump administration. The U.S. Senate confirmed Republican David Fogel to be the new Assistant Secretary of Commerce and Director General of the United States and Foreign Commercial Service in the Trump administration. Fogel previously served in the administration during President Trump's first term, first as the chief of staff at the Export-Import Bank, and then later at the State Department, where he served as senior advisor and chief business development officer. Fogel has been a longtime resident of Fairfield and is married to his wife and has 3 daughters. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's Friday, and we have plenty of volume to get through. Northbound on the Parkway, just as you come over the state line into Greenwich, a crash. Once you get beyond that, the Parkway's the way to go. It's at least 45 minutes on 95 from Greenwich up to Norwalk. That's all Friday volume. Further north, we have delays on the Parkway into Westport. 95's building into Westport. New Haven County, southbound Parkway, heavy getting in through Hamden. We had an earlier rollover accident up by the Orange Rest. That's gone. That's easing. And very heavy into New Haven thanks to an earlier accident by exit 43 in West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So how about we start off a Friday here? We'll play it a little looser or loosely or looser than ever because, we've been talking for the past 4 days or so about the stuff that, maybe driving us a little crazy, whatever. So let's stay on that ilk, but let's do it a little different, shall we? Let's do it a little different, all right? Let's jump in our time machine, shall we? And instead of it being October the 10th, 2025, let's play a little game, shall we? Let's spring ahead. Let's jump in our time machine here. Let's set the flux capacitor in our DeLorean for, let's say, the early part of November of next year. Shall we do that? The year 2026, which, again, is an election year, but not like the election year we're having this year. What you see out there now on, on many street corners, many lawns, those are signs for municipal elections, right? Mayor in some towns, first selectman, first select woman in some towns, city councils, representative town meetings. The odd years are the municipal election years in many areas. So let's play a little game. Let's go forward in time, and we've just descended to, let's say, late October, early November, about a year from now. And you're contemplating all the stuff that's going on. Now, factor out the national elections. I know it's going to be hard to do as we get closer, but factor out the House and the Senate and the people screaming at each other and pointing fingers because of that. So let's factor all that out, and let's take a look at what's going on here in Connecticut. Now, all indications are likely. He still hasn't said yes, but no matter where you read, no matter what pundit you read, it certainly seems like Governor Ned Lamont is going to run for a third term. Some people say that's wise. Some people say it's not wise. And some people say, hey, that never works out. But listen, the guy has got more money than he'll ever need. He's independently wealthy, comes from a wealthy family, and maybe this gets him out of his wife's hair. Honey, go run the state. I'm busy today. Just kidding, Governor. Or Annie, or anybody in the first family there in Connecticut. Just kidding. However, let's assume he's running. And let's assume that, at least at this point, it is either Greenwich Republican State Senate member Ryan Fazio, or perhaps the soon-to-be outgoing mayor of the city of New Britain, Aaron Stewart. Now, who knows? There could be more people jumping into the race, probably figuring out now if they can get the small donations to get money from the Citizens Election Fund, because if you get the requisite number of small donations, the state hands you about $15 million. Not too shabby. May not be enough to beat Ned Lamont, but, I digress. So let's say we're a year out. And you've been listening to me for another year. You've been listening to Lisa in the midday. You've been listening to Melissa in the morning. You've been listening to our weekend programs. And you have decided, I'm voting for Ned Lamont, or I'm voting for Aaron Stewart, or I'm voting for Ryan Fazio, or I'm going to write somebody in, or whatever. You've made that decision to a great extent. You may be of the crew that says, well, I guess I'm going to vote this way, but change my mind. All right. So now that we've forwarded, we've fast forwarded. Remember that with tape? Fast forward your cassette. We fast forwarded a year. And you're about to, go in the local voting place, polling place in your city or town, or maybe you're sitting home and filling out an absentee ballot. A ballot for yourself or a loved one, or if you're in Bridgeport, you've got 30 ballots there for 10 people. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Well, not really. Here's the question I have for you. Here's what I'd like you to contemplate and share with us today, kind of to get us going, because I'm seeing a lot more stories about this in the paper. I still say the paper. You know what I mean? I can't remember the last time I actually bought a physical newspaper, but I digress. I was probably on vacation somewhere. When they slip the USA Today under your door? But anyway, so a year from now, here's the question I have for you. You will have decided who or whom you are voting for because of this issue. What issue is that? And the reason I ask this is because I'm seeing a couple of interesting stories today. One of the Hartford Courant about all the bets are it's going to come down likely between Ryan Fazio and Aaron Stewart to be the Republican nominee. And the governor, I believe it was last night or the night before, he was in at a forum by the group Indivisible, which is the group that sponsors a lot of the No Kings rallies around the state, which must be working because last time I checked, we don't have a king. And the governor was peppered by questions regarding things like immigrant rights. They don't bother to use the adjective illegal, but that's another story. Immigrants' rights, cost, and everything. But think about it. And I don't care whether you're just getting by, whether you're on public assistance, or whether you're independently wealthy, or somewhere floating in the middle. 1 year from now, you will have decided to vote for Governor Lamont, or Ryan Fazio, or Aaron Stewart, or Josh Elliott, or somebody else that may jump in the race. There's still plenty of time. What is your number one issue? If you had to tell a pollster or your favorite talk show host, thank you, or anybody else, what is your number one issue? I'm voting for Ned Lamont because. I'm voting for Josh Elliott because. I'm voting for Aaron Stewart because. I'm voting for Ryan Fazio because. Or I'm writing in Paul Pacelli because, God, he makes my day every Monday through Friday from 2 to 6. The governor met and sat down with some progressive folks from Stamford and Norwalk. No surprise there. But I read that story and I said they all kind of have, as everybody does. You've got your reasons why you vote for somebody. To me, that is far more fascinating than who'd you vote for. The who is easy. Candidate A, B, or C. What's the why? You tell me why. And even if it's not for next year, tell me why. Why you cry. And why you lie to me. Oh, sorry, I go into song every so often. So let's open let's open the big program today, and that's our question of the day here. Facebook.com/Voice of CT. What will be your number one concern when you head to the polls for the 2026 Connecticut elections? All right, let's look ahead. Because let's face it, we all have issues that are deal breakers, make or break. What's yours? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This is your CT Insider weather update.
Sunny for the remainder of the week. Over the weekend, a couple of clouds will move in with a chance of rain and a little bit of wind. High temperatures remaining in the mid to high 60s with lows reaching the 50s.
Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for a specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Still a tough ride across much of the county. Northbound on the Parkway coming over the state line, an accident, you're backed up into New York. Beyond that, though, the Parkway's the way to go up to Norwalk. 95, it's 45 minutes at least from Greenwich getting up into Norwalk, packed in pretty heavy. Southbound's heavy out of Norwalk. Into Westport, Fairfield, not too bad on 95 in the Parkway. Route 8's okay. Southbound on the Parkway, very heavy in Hamden thanks to construction and an earlier accident, and heavy 95 out of Long Wharf. M.J. Thomas Jewelers, if you're looking to buy or sell gold, visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to help with all your gold needs. For information, visit mjthomas.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high and low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high and low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Paul wants to hear from you. Call 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, not who, but why. Or maybe what. What am I talking about? Why do you vote for somebody? And let's fast forward here. We're starting a little game, right? As we head into the weekend here, Columbus Day weekend, I'll be in the parade on Sunday. That'll be a hoot. I'm in for Melissa Monday morning on Columbus Day. But as we head into the Columbus Day weekend, no, it's Columbus Day, kids. It's not indigenous this or this heritage, no. For this kid, as my relatives still say, a Cristo voro Colombo. But I digress. So let's make like it's a year from now, and it's mid to late October of 2026. And forget the federal elections, forget the elections for Congress. There might be a little bit of interest in that here in Connecticut, maybe the 1st District. There's rumors of maybe somebody challenging Jim Himes in the 4th. But let's look at the governor's race. And it's likely going to be Ned Lamont. All indications are he'll run again. Maybe Josh Elliott challenges him. I don't know. On the Republican side, Jen Tooker's out of the race, the first select woman of Westport. Ryan Fazio's in the race. Aaron Stewart, who knows? But as you walk into the polling place to show your ID and to get that card and then to go stand up or sit down and play arts and crafts and fill in all 17 of those holes like you'll do in a few weeks for your Board of Ed and your Board of Selectmen and your Town Council. And, oh, my God, pick any 3. Any 3? I don't know one of these people, but I'm kidding. But next year, when you're doing all this, you tell me what your topic 1 is. Or as the great John McLaughlin used to say, Issue 1. What's going to decide your vote next year? The reason I ask this is Governor Ned Lamont sat down with a bunch of people. Sounds like he handled them pretty well from, shall we say, the far left of his party, primarily in Fairfield County. The people who say, well, you know, we're losing our democracy. Then you ask them, well, what exactly can't you do today that you did yesterday. They can't answer it. Let's kick it off with Bob in Weston. Bob, what's up with you, sir? How are you?
Paul.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm up.
Am I allowed to say the old phrase we did in the old days?
What's that?
I hope we have an Indian summer.
Yeah, no, I want
Do I have to say Native American?
Yeah.
Summer? Okay.
Indigenous.
Anyway,
How about an indigenous summer? Can we do that?
There we go. Paul, I'm going to ask you a big favor.
Yeah.
After I answer the question,
Yeah.
I just have one more thing I'd like to add.
Okay.
First of all,
yeah.
Look at New York.
Yeah.
Look at the governor.
Uh-huh.
Look at New Jersey.
Yeah.
Look here. Look there.
Yeah.
The word I'm an independent.
Okay.
Republican leaning.
All right.
But Governor Ned Lamont.
Yeah.
What a beautiful guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't see any other choice. Intelligent, honest, a forward thinker. And look what he's done for Connecticut. I mean, he has to handle that whole Senate. The guy is golden. That's
One
who I'm
thing
gonna
he
vote
does, and I've said this numerous times, is he keeps the crazies in his own party bottled up. They hate him for that. But look, he is socially liberal. It's Connecticut. You're never going to be conservative on abortion in this state or guns or education. But he certainly is governor, no new taxes, and it drives his party nuts.
Yep. He's the guy.
Yeah.
Paul,
yeah.
This is a bit of a favor.
Okay.
I just want to put it out there.
Yeah.
One of my tenants in Yonkers, New York, yesterday, she called me frantically. She had called the police for an hour.
Okay.
They said, they're not really disturbing anything. 14 drug dealers outside her little shop, Paul.
Okay.
And I had to say, look, I'm going to call 911.
Yeah.
Anyway, the police came.
All right.
All these drug dealers, they were like, they got the cameras out. Oh, we're going to have your badges.
Oh,
this
yeah,
and that.
yeah,
But
the phones.
the
phones.
usual.
Yeah, what's your badge number?
Disperse the crowd.
Yeah.
Now, here's my favor / request.
Mm-hmm.
If you could put it out there,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to the DOJ, Department of Justice, or the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, but I can't get through to anybody. If any of your listeners could call in to you at some point off the phone, whatever, I'd be so grateful, because this has been going on 11 years. Yonkers is not doing a damn thing, and this is a Democratic regime. It goes right up to the Senate, and I got to do something, Paul, before I lose everything.
Yeah.
Three tenants I lost this last week because of the junkies and the drug dealers.
And you call the police, and does Yonkers have a city council? I mean, does anybody?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
My city council representative.
Yeah.
When she was running for office, I gave her money to run.
Yeah.
When she she said, "Oh, I know the drug dealers, I can get rid of them," and I said, "Great." And then she needed a place to stay.
Yeah.
So I gave her a place for $800 a month, of which 6 months after she puts her boyfriend and some other guy in there.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Didn't even pay the rent.
All right.
That aside, I'm just looking to get these drug dealers out of there. And if any of your people out there, Paul, have a line to someone there, I'd be forever grateful.
All right.
Anyway, all the best.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Good call. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, it's got to be. Listen, it's got to be rough when, you're trying to lease out apartments or lease out condos, and be honest here, and you have people, or as I like to say, ne'er-do-wells, allegedly doing what they do. So you tell me, by the way, at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, what is your number one issue? What will be, as the great John McLaughlin used to say, issue one? I'm voting for X, Y, and Z because of this and only because of this. What will that be coming up next year in Connecticut for you?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident coming over the state line in Greenwich. Delays go back into New York. Parkway's not bad. Beyond that, from Stamford getting up into Norwalk, 95, it's about a half hour to 40 minutes from Stamford up to Norwalk. And then it's very heavy on the Parkway. Beyond that, we have delays into 41, 42 in Westport. There may be an accident on the Norwalk-Westport line, building on the Fairfield side of the no-exit zone. Route 8 still looking pretty good up into Derby and Shelton, and southbound 95 jammed out of New Haven with a new crash near Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The White House Budget Office says layoffs of federal employees have begun as the government shutdown drags on. CBS's Torian Small on Capitol Hill says there's no end in sight.
Democratic leadership and Republican leadership in both the House and Senate are more interested in these public attacks on each other than negotiations that could yield a substantive resolution.
Wall Street is deep in the red at this hour after a post by President Trump on social media. Here's CBS's Jason Brooks.
Stocks took a quick and deep dive into negative territory after President Trump posted on Truth Social that China is becoming very hostile with its move to increase restrictions on rare earth exports.
The president says he'll travel to the Middle East next week for one very busy day. Here's CBS's Zach Hudak.
There'll be a ceremony for his arrival at the airport, and then he will head and give a speech to the Israeli legislature. He then heads over to Egypt.
Then it's right back to the U.S. CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A hoax email from overseas prompted a precautionary protocol for all Milford public schools this morning. Milford police are confirming that all 8 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools in the district activated a no outdoor activities and limited visitation protocol this morning as the result of an email from another country that was received this morning. It did not specify a school and was deemed not credible. The district says the protocol was lifted this morning. Seymour residents have voted to approve the construction of a new elementary school. The vote passed with almost 1,800 residents voting for the $60 million construction project. The construction will be partially funded by city funds. A scooter rider was taken to the hospital after a crash with a vehicle in Bridgeport. The crash happened yesterday on East Main Street near Clarence Street. The rider was taken by ambulance to Bridgeport Hospital with an apparent broken leg. The vehicle driver remained at the scene and currently is not facing any charges. Emergency repairs to address sinkholes on Route 113 in Stratford are now complete. The state DOT began working on the road in early June after drainage pipes failed below the road and caused sinkholes. DOT official Josh Morgan described the situation.
Yeah, just the removal of material. Obviously, our road is paved. It's on top of other material, sand, dirt, gravel, and the earth just sort of washes away, gives way. That could, open up and create what we saw out there on Route 113.
An emergency declaration was made June 3rd, which allowed for the DOT to immediately mobilize contractors to address the problem. State and local officials gathered near the impacted area today to celebrate the reopening of the road. Gildemar Herrera is back at work as Information Technology Director of New Haven Public Schools. Herrera was fired by the district after a cyber attack led to $6 million being stolen from city schools in 2023. She was fired in September of 2024, and she was ordered reinstated last month after the case was heard in arbitration. Mayor Justin Elicker says he's disappointed with the decision and believes the firing was appropriate, but says he will respect the ruling. West Haven's crackdown on vehicles owned by city residents and registered elsewhere is beginning to pay off. City officials say the program implemented this year has brought in over $140,000 in new property tax revenue. West Haven has hired a contractor that scans license plates around homes to determine whether vehicles are properly registered. They have returned over 400 unregistered vehicles and over 100 others that were improperly registered out of state to the tax rolls. Senator Richard Blumenthal is hopeful that the agreement between Israel and Hamas will bring lasting peace to the region. Blumenthal says he hopes the agreement is a turning point as it can literally save lives. He says the world is waiting to exhale when the hostages are finally released after 2 long years. The Democratic senator says his deep hope is that the deal will lead to a permanent end to hostilities and to lasting peace for all Palestinians and Israelis. Governor Ned Lamont has been served with a subpoena ordering him to be available to testify in the federal corruption trial of Costa Diamantis. Diamantis is accused of bribery and extortion in running the state school construction grant program in Governor Lamont's budget office. The subpoena does not mean Lamont will testify, as his attorneys could seek to quash it. The Diamantis trial began this week in Bridgeport Federal Court. There was no court today, and testimony in the case resumes next week. As colder weather moves in, state leaders have announced $8 million in funding for homeless services. $4.5 million of those funds are dedicated to expanding shelter capacity, with the remaining $3.5 million supporting care centers where homeless individuals can access resources and services. Norwalk Democratic State Representative Kadeem Roberts expressed his gratitude that the problem is being directly addressed.
Though it is a start, though we might be playing catch up, we're fixing something now. I know you guys woke up this morning and seen it was 40 degrees outside. It's only going to get a little worse. And for us, we're grateful, to have homes, but there's a lot of people that don't have it.
Governor Ned Lamont said that while taking care of those who are unhoused is a great start, the solution lies in addressing Connecticut's ongoing housing crisis.
We're doing a lot, but we got to do more. We built more new housing in the last 3 years than we have in, a couple of decades. More affordable housing than we have in a couple of decades. And we've got 6,000 or 7,000 units under construction now.
And voters in Derby will decide this election cycle if the city should approve millions of dollars for capital improvement projects. More than 3/4 of the $6.5 million would go to upgrades for emergency services. This includes money for 2 engines for the Derby Fire Department, a rescue truck for the Storm Ambulance Corps, 2 public works vehicles, and replacing the public safety radio system. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
No major accidents across Fairfield, New Haven counties, but boy, do we have Friday volume. Northbound on 95, it's about 35 minutes to go Stamford up to Norwalk. In through Westport, Fairfield, you're jammed pretty heavy on 95 especially. That's 40 minutes. You'll save a little bit of time on the Parkway. We do actually have one accident, though. It's still coming over the state line into Greenwich on the Parkway, heavy back into New York. Southbound Parkway very heavy out of Hamden down through the tunnel and into Woodbridge thanks to earlier construction, and still heavy 95 and through Long Wharf. Eastbound 84 heavy through Danbury and Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Great to have you with us at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text, by the way. That is the same number. So if sometimes we get into some touchy subjects where you don't want your voice on the radio, and our voice scrambler we haven't received yet. I think the folks in the front office at Connoisseur here, I think they ordered me a voice scrambler. I'm kidding. Although that'd be kind of cool. Hey, you're up next. Hi, Paul. How are you? No. But we don't have a voice scrambler here. So if you want to just text me stuff, the good thing is it's the same number. How about that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Imagine if we had, I'll bet you in a couple of years in this business, well, it's probably out there. Like in a few years, we'll have Chris take a phone call, and they'll say they want to come on with me, and then we'll ask you, do you want to identify this call as male or female? All right. How old do you want to be? What's your gender preference? And we'll put all that into an AI generator, and, Harry from Newtown will instead be, Genevieve from Westport. You see how my mind works? Oh, man. But about a year from today, not exactly a year, because Election Day next year is November, whatever. First Tuesday after the first Monday, however that works. It'll be November something, 2026, and we'll all be faced with going to our local polling places, about a mile from my casa there in Wallingford, Stevens School, with the tasty baked goods up front. Best part of Election Day. Buying the cupcakes from the little ones. And we'll all be there and we'll say, okay, I'm voting for X, Y, and Z because. I mean, there is a because. There's got to be a because, right? Oh, I'm voting for Josh Shapiro. I'm a Democrat, and I don't like Ned Lamont because, My God, I can't stand Ned Lamont. My God, the Republican Party finally got its act together. I'm voting for Ryan Fazio, or I'm voting for Aaron Stewart, or whomever may pop up in the ensuing months. Why? Tell me why. What is your number one issue? If as they say, all things being equal, I think these people are tied. Yeah, I'd like to see Aaron Stewart, you may say, but you know what? Ned Lamont, if we got to have a Democrat, we could do a lot worse than him. But the reason I'm voting for the governor, the reason I'm voting for Aaron Stewart or for Ryan Fazio, whatever, it is this reason. It is illegals. It is the homeless, or as we like to say in some stretches, the unhoused. Stop with the unhoused. It's a euphemism. You're homeless. Stop with the unhoused. Again, it's the same thing as a strip joint versus a gentleman's club. Come on. Or you know what bar that I can't say. But everybody has that issue that is the deal maker or the deal breaker for you. What is it? Illegals? Taxes? Utility bills? The business environment in the state? The cost of doing business? Regulations? And I know some of this is local versus statewide, but what is your make or break issue? Or maybe it's just party. Maybe you're one of these people that would say, the worst Democrat to me is better than the best Republican, or vice versa. You may be one of those people saying, God, I will take a horrid Republican over a good Democrat. I don't know. You tell me. We will get back to the phones momentarily. Marianne, hang on. You'll be the first up here on WICC.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Step into a storybook fantasy at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium. Join us Friday, October 24th from 7 to 10 p.m. for Treasured Pages, a classic fairy tale ball. This year's Enchanting Masquerade Gala. Step into the story and dress to impress in your favorite fairy tale style. Enjoy a night of magic, music, amazing food, and themed cocktails. Don't miss this magical evening. Treasured Pages, Masquerade Gala. Reserve your tickets now at shudiscovery.org. All proceeds supporting STEAM education for kids and adults.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
No major accidents across Fairfield, New Haven counties, but boy, do we have Friday volume. Northbound on 95, it's about 35 minutes to go Stamford up to Norwalk. In through Westport, Fairfield, you're jammed pretty heavy on 95 especially. That's 40 minutes. You'll save a little bit of time on the Parkway. We do actually have one accident, though. It's still coming over the state line into Greenwich on the Parkway, heavy back into New York. Southbound Parkway, very heavy out of Hamden down through the tunnel and into Woodbridge thanks to earlier construction. And still heavy 95 and through Long Wharf. Eastbound 84 heavy through Danbury and Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
So God willing, about a year from now, it'll be home stretch time in the governor's race and in the race for your local state house member, state senate member, and the lieutenant governor and the state comptroller and the state treasurer and the attorney general and the secretary of the state. It will be, never mind also the national races. But for most people, and we're going to have a little fun with this on a Friday, want to, get people thinking out there, what is your make or break issue? If a reporter came to you and said, hi, can I have your name? Hi, I'm Joe. Where are you from? Seymour. Okay, Joe from Seymour. What was the main issue that caused you to vote the way you did today? What would that be? Marianne in Stratford has been hanging on. Marianne, hi, how are you?
Good. How are you, Paul?
I'm good, Marianne. What's up?
I just wanted to answer your question. Has it been official who's running yet? Before we can answer your question, would it be nice to know who literally is a Democrat or Republican? Well,
the from everybody I have talked to on the show and then talked to off the record, they're 99% sure Ned Lamont is running again. On the Republican side, Ryan Fazio has officially declared he is in the race. Aaron Stewart, the mayor of New Britain, even though she's almost qualified for $15 million in state funding for the race, she technically has not declared yet. Technically
speaking, Aaron and the governor have not really declared.
Exactly.
Even 99% sure because of your sources.
Yep.
And first of all, I just wanted to get that in my mind before I gave an opinion.
Sure.
Because it's kind of hard to give an opinion on what you don't know and suppose and surmise, and that's a waste of time.
Absolutely.
I don't have time for that, and most people don't.
Yeah.
Secondly, even if it was official that Ned Lamont, Aaron Fazio, and several other Republicans said they wanted to run, isn't it a little unethical to discuss how we're voting? Haven't we enough discussion about wrong voting? That's still kind of a personal matter.
I'm not asking, Marianne, who you're voting for. I always said there is a who. I've often found it more interested in why. Is it taxes?
But the why also would reveal the who.
Oh, sure. Well.
Wanted to put it out there. God bless you. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you, Marianne. Appreciate you. Now, to Marianne's point, if you identified a reason, would that be able to necessarily, as Marianne has suggested, interesting, would that necessarily indicate who you're voting for? Now, for example, if somebody called me and said, Paul, my number one issue is taxes. Okay. Does that person think that the Republicans have a better idea on how to lower taxes? Or if you say taxes, does that mean that you might vote for example, Josh Elliott, who was to the left of Governor Ned Lamont on taxes? Or might you say, well, my number one issue is taxes, and then that person says, but I'm voting for Ned Lamont, and that person might adopt my thinking of, well, I like him because he's what? He's telling the far left of his party, right? I'm not going to raise taxes. So I think, this is why I find the why, not the who or the what, the why. The why or the what, I guess, are the same thing here. I find that fascinating. I do. And the reason I find it fascinating, because almost always we have binary choices, 1 or 0, A or B, candidate 1 or candidate 2. But to me, when you really start talking to people about this, I don't like the tax structure in Connecticut. Okay, what does that mean? You don't like it because lower income people are paying too much? You don't like it because upper income people are paying too much and may leave, or they're not paying enough? Now, last night, I think it was, Governor Ned Lamont was at a forum where he was talking to people, I guess, of his own party, his own ilk. The governor talks a third term and faces progressive critics at a town hall. So here you have the governor talking to members of his own party who are not happy with what he's doing. It was a town hall last night hosted by Indivisible Stamford, which organizes actions against President Trump. So it's interesting here, the governor fielding questions from members of his own party. So you would think, well, he's got unanimous support there. Sure doesn't sound like it. And he's trying to explain to people here that, just being anti-Trump when you are someone in his position doesn't necessarily work all the time. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So a year from now, if you're walking into you used to say voting booth, can't even say that anymore. It's almost automatic coming out of my feeble little mouth here. I've got to correct myself. Let's just say you're walking into your polling place, your volunteer firehouse, your elementary school, your middle school gym, wherever you cast your vote. God bless America. And you've decided to vote for Ryan Fazio or Ned Lamont or Aaron Stewart or Josh Elliott or whomever. I'm sure there are probably, by the time we get there next year, there'll be numerous names that nobody's ever heard of because we always get tied up in the major party names. I'm sure there'll be, now there may be a cross endorsement. I don't know. You know, usually the Independent Party tends to cross endorse the Republican candidate. Usually the Green Party or the Working Families Party tends to, but not always. They tend to cross endorse Democrats. So we'll see how it shakes out. I did like what Ned Lamont said last night. There's a quote here in Hearst where he said, quote, "You may not let..." Now, see, this is what you like about the guy, really, honestly. Because he doesn't feel the need to make it like other Democrats do, like Bob Duff does, like Matt Ritter does, like a lot of these other lifetime politicians do, or even Chris Murphy, or even Richard Blumenthal. You know, the governor said last night, here's an interesting quote, "You may not like the fact that I don't shout and get as angry at Donald Trump as you'd like me to." He added, quote, "But then again, I think we've made more of a difference in pushing back on him than just about any state in the country." Michelle Apt of Individual Stamford at the start of the event said, "The governor is aware many of us gathered here tonight are frustrated, and he came anyway." Well, yeah, but, you know, to these people in these groups, you know, sometimes just screaming at Trump doesn't get the governor's right. You've got to know when to show him and know when to fold him. And it's naive to think that just screaming at the White House and screaming at the administration from a blue state is going to do anything. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Lamont added, look, quote, "When Trump wants to cut the hell out of Medicaid, I could go to the ramparts and say what a bum he is, or I can contact 10 Republican governors and say, this is going to hammer your people. It's going to hammer your rural hospitals, even worse than it's going to be mine. So maybe that's something we can do together." And this is the kind of explanation you get when you're dealing with somebody who is not a career politician.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Still working an accident northbound on the Parkway coming over the state line. Heavy coming in from New York. 95, it's about 35 to 40 minutes to go. Greenwich up into Norwalk. Both roadways well over a half hour. And through Westport, Southport, 95 jam pretty heavy. And through Westport up into the Fairfield Rest. Parkway heavy on the Fairfield side by the mall, getting up to Route 8. Route 8 starting to build into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Southbound and northbound on the Parkway, heavier now up towards the West Rock Tunnel. 95's busy. Milford getting up into Long Wharf. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are you a local business owner? We have a backstage pass for you. This is your invitation to our marketing open house, 8 to 9:30 a.m. on October 28th. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and as a business owner, you have built a great business. You're proud of it. and you want it to grow. Come on October 28th and see how radio advertising can work for you. You hear the commercials on the Voice of Connecticut. Now let's get your business on the air. Our team is dedicated to helping local business with effective radio and digital advertising. So if you own a business, join us at the Connoisseur Media Open House on October 28th. It's free, but registration is required. To register, email your name and business to ctmarketing@conmedia.com, and we'll send you the details. October 28th is our marketing open house. Come see how our team will help your business grow. Email ctmarketing@connmedia.com. Time for you to be on the radio.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, breaking news. President Trump went for his semi-annual physical. Says here he's 79 years old. He weighs 225. His blood pressure was 128/74. He's on aspirin to prevent a heart attack, and he's on statins and other cholesterol medications. So there you go. I don't know. Listen, he's the leader of the free world. Let's put that stuff out there. All righty. Charles and Paul, hang on. We'll be to you momentarily after we do this news thing. But again, I wanted to start today with asking you folks. I'm not asking you who you're voting for. I couldn't care less. I give you my opinions on policy, but in the end, don't ever listen to a dumb talk show host when they tell you who to vote for. Policy, we can have a discussion. But about a year from now, when we're all staring the 2026 election in the crosshairs, give me the one issue that's the make or break for you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Gaza's Civil Defense Agency says about 200,000 people have returned to the northern part of the enclave since a ceasefire took effect earlier today. CBS's Natalie Brand says American troops will be among those trying to keep the ceasefire from crumbling.
The Trump administration says up to 200 U.S. military personnel will help monitor the implementation of the ceasefire agreement in Israel, working with other international forces on the ground.
Meanwhile, Israel is preparing for the return of the hostages. More from CBS's Haley Ott in Tel Aviv.
The hostage families are going to join together privately and have a meal to mark Shabbat together. And that's especially poignant because they've been doing this throughout this war. But this Friday might be the last Friday before the rest of the hostages are freed.
If China and the U.S. resolve their trade differences, it apparently won't be through face-to-face meetings between their leaders. CBS's Vicki Barker reports from the Foreign Desk in London.
Writing on Truth Social, President Trump says there seems to be no reason to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping as part of his upcoming trip to South Korea. This after China restricted exports of rare earths needed for American industry. Trump suggesting he's looking at a massive increase of import taxes on Chinese products in response. China, meanwhile, has just slapped added port fees on arriving U.S. vessels in response to U.S. plans to do the same to them.
The president's social media post sent stocks down sharply at this hour. The leader of House Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries, is imploring Republicans to negotiate to end the now 10-day-long government shutdown.
Our plea to our Republican colleagues is get serious about reopening the government. Let's have a conversation so we can find a bipartisan path forward.
The White House Budget Office said today it's begun to make good on President Trump's threat to fire more federal employees during the shutdown. ICE raids and arrests have cast a pall over this weekend's planned Chicago Marathon.
Runners like Britt Villalobos are worried ICE operations may take place during Sunday's race.
I'm definitely concerned about spectators. I'm even concerned about runners.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Roughly 3,000 runners from Mexico have signed up for this marathon. I want all of them to come.
Argentina and Puerto Rico were supposed to play a soccer match at Chicago Soldier Field Monday, but that's been moved to Florida. The Argentine Football Association cited the immigration crackdown. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
On Wall Street, less than an hour before the closing, losses are widening. The Dow is down about 1.5%. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A hoax email from overseas prompted a precautionary protocol for all Milford public schools this morning. Milford police are confirming that all 8 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools in the district activated a no outdoor activities and limited visitation protocol this morning as the result of an email from another country that was received this morning. It did not specify a school and was deemed not credible. The district says the protocol was lifted this morning. A scooter rider was taken to the hospital after a crash with a vehicle in Bridgeport. The crash happened yesterday on East Main Street near Clarence Street. The rider was taken by ambulance to Bridgeport Hospital with an apparent broken leg. The vehicle driver remained at the scene and currently is not facing any charges. A woman has been arrested in Derby after she allegedly crashed into a police cruiser while trying to flee from officers. Police say Aaliyah Beeman was trying to drive away in a stolen vehicle after allegedly assaulting a man and his dog on Elizabeth Street on September 27th. Beeman was arrested after police say she crashed into a cruiser and another vehicle. She's being held on $250,000 bond on numerous charges. A Fairfield resident has been confirmed to a position in the Trump administration. The U.S. Senate confirmed Republican David Fogel to be the new Assistant Secretary of Commerce and Director General of the United States and Foreign Commercial Service in the Trump administration. Fogel previously served in the administration during President Trump's first term, first as the chief of staff at the Export-Import Bank, and then later at the State Department, where he served as senior advisor and chief business development officer. Fogel has been a longtime resident of Fairfield. And as colder weather moves in, state leaders have announced $8 million in funding for homeless services. $4.5 million of those funds are dedicated to expanding shelter capacity, with the remaining $3.5 million supporting care centers where homeless individuals can access resources and services. Norwalk Democratic State Representative Kadeem Roberts expressed his gratitude that the problem is being directly addressed.
Though it is a start, though we might be playing catch up, we're fixing something now. I know you guys woke up this morning and seen it was 40 degrees outside. It's only going to get a little worse. And for us, we're grateful, to have homes, but there's a lot of people that don't have it.
Governor Ned Lamont said that while taking care of those who were homeless is a great start, the solution lies in addressing Connecticut's ongoing housing crisis.
We're doing a lot, but we got to do more. We built more new housing in the last 3 years than we have in, a couple of decades. More affordable housing than we have in a couple of decades. And we've got 6,000 or 7,000 units under construction now.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident clear coming over the state line. Heavier now getting in through Stamford, New Canaan, and it's about 45 minutes Norwalk to Bridgeport. 95, a very heavy ride, lower part of the county. Delays starting to build through Norwalk. You stay heavy from Sherwood Island getting up to the Fairfield Rest. Route 8 now about up to 10 minutes to get over the Commodore Hull Bridge out of Shelton. And delays both 95 and the Parkway, New Haven County. Parkway heavy coming out of Hamden down through the tunnel. 95 jam New Haven into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A bit of breaking news here for you at a little past 3:08 on this Friday. I guess the White House now ordering some layoffs here, firing of federal workers as the shutdown drags on. Not sure if and when this will affect Connecticut. I know the White House sent out something last week with a breakdown for each state of how many jobs could be cut if this thing isn't solved. And the number here in Connecticut was 500, but that remains to be seen. The question of the day so far, and we'll give you some of what people are saying on this, some real interesting answers here. We'll do that in about an hour with Chris. Question we're mulling around today. Why don't we mull this, sweetheart? What is your defining issue, I guess would be the way to put it. What will be your number one concern, the defining issue as you head to the polls, not now, because the elections are coming up in a couple of weeks, are for local offices around the state, although those are important for people, I get it. But looking ahead to the governor's race next year, and of course, the races again for 36 people in the state Senate and 151 in the state House. What's your defining issue? What is the all things being equal issue if candidate A says this about my favorite issue and candidate B says this? I'm going with candidate A or B because they say this on this issue. What is that? It's different for everyone. I see some people here are saying taxes. Some people are saying immigrants. Some people are saying state spending. You tell me, what is, again, as the great John McLaughlin used to say, issue one for you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yeah, you can you tell how much of a nerd I was? Watching the McLaughlin Group as a kid. Oh, yeah. Can you tell? God, loser. Charles in Danbury is here. Charles, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. Happy Friday, Paul.
Thank you, sir.
If I cut out here, I'm in the backwoods void of Greenwich. So if I cut out, I'll get back to you next week.
Okay.
But the thing about Lamont, which I like a lot, and I consider myself in the middle, but edge more blue.
Mm-hmm.
He's moderate, and I know I've mentioned this more than once on here, but he is completely aware about the tax base that exists in Fairfield County, Greenwich, Darien, Westport. He knows that he needs to kind of keep it together, that these people, whether you like this or not, it's the truth, they don't flee to Texas or Florida or wherever else. So he keeps his mind on the pulse of that, and, he's smart for it, and he's quiet about, his resistance to Trump, and very calculated and smart. So, I hope he runs for another term, and I hope other Democrats in the state kind of take a reflection point and think about the way that he approaches his platform and all that. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, Charles, thank you. And I agree with that. And to that point, I remember a bunch of years ago when George Jepson was the Revenue Services Commissioner, basically the state tax commissioner, the job that a Republican has now, former Danbury Mayor Mark Boughton, who was almost governor and may have been if it wasn't for Bob Stefanowski, but that's another issue. And I remember George Jepson gave an interview to the New York Post long time ago, several years ago. And George Jepson at the time admitted that he, as the Revenue Services Commissioner, kept in regular contact with about a dozen big dollar people in Fairfield County. Reason being that, and I remember, I should pull up this story, maybe I will on the break. He basically said, listen, we have about 10 or 12 people in Fairfield County that if one or two of them moved out of the state, if they just said, the heck with it, I'm done, one or two people, the absence of their tax returns in the state would cause a cash flow problem for Connecticut. Can you imagine that? So to Charles's point, it's interesting because he said he likes the way Ned Lamont kind of understands that despite what some of the people in his party are saying, tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the rich, he knows how these people think. And you could only push these people so much. Well, they're billionaires, and they could, so what if it's a few $1 million less? No. That is the exact kind of attitude that will make them leave.
The kids have their costumes, but they can't wait for Halloween or for all that candy. So don't. Join WICC and Goodwill of Western and North Connecticut for Trick or Treat Day, Saturday, October 18th at Sacred Heart University's Discovery Science Center and Planetarium in Bridgeport. Come dressed up for activities, live performances, character meet and greets, and of course, candy. Limited tickets available now at voiceofct.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
This winter's shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you.
As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, cadillacofgreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident clear coming over the state line. Heavier now getting in through Stamford, New Canaan, and it's about 45 minutes Norwalk to Bridgeport. 95, a very heavy ride lower part of the county. Delays starting to build through Norwalk. You stay heavy from Sherwood Island getting up to the Fairfield Rest. Route 8 now about up to 10 minutes to get over the Commodore Hull Bridge out of Shelton. And delays both 95 and the Parkway, New Haven County. Parkway heavy coming out of Hamden down through the tunnel. 95 jam New Haven into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
On your laptop, on your smart speaker, and even on your radio. No matter where or how you listen, you've got Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, I had the story right. I had the years and the person wrong. No, it was not George Jepson in 2010. It was Kevin Sullivan. So you will forgive me of that. It was Kevin Sullivan in 2015 who gave a very revealing interview to the New York Post, and I always refer back to the Post here and this interview because this is the story I point to show that the left-leaning Democrats in this state and progressives, they don't understand the flow of cash that comes from people they want to tax more. Well, they have the money. Well, you know what? If you go to those people and you say, well, just give me the money, you have it. Even if one or two of those people said, you know what? F you, I'm out of here. It's going to hurt. And to Charles and Danbury's point, this is one of Ned Lamont's strengths. And what have I always said? If you got to have a Democrat in the governor's mansion, I'd prefer one from Fairfield County. Because if somebody in Fairfield County is famous enough or well-connected enough to be elected governor, then they know the money people. And I know there are some progressives who say, well, those people should pay more taxes. To them I say, says who? Do you know how much they already pay? Let me tell you. Allow me, please. A couple of paragraphs. Again, this is a 10-year-old story. It was posted on the 9th of February, 2015. PT, pre-Trump. BT, before Trump. If you're and these are the kinds of people Ned Lamont knows. Remember, this is 2015. This is 3 years before he was elected. This is in the latter part of the re-election of Dan Malloy. If you're a billionaire living in Connecticut, the chances are the tax department is keeping an eye on you. In a state home to some of the richest Americans, tax officials go to some lengths to keep them, or to more accurately, keep their billions of revenues right here. Connecticut tax officials quarterly estimate the payments of 100, so it's 100 people they watch. And I'm sure Ned and Annie know a lot of them. Connecticut tax officials track the quarterly estimated payments of 100 high net worth taxpayers, and they can tell when the payments are down. Of that number, now listen to this, folks. Now, again, This is from 2015, but I would imagine the dynamic is still the same. What does Connecticut have? 3.4 million people? What are we? 3.2, 3.3 million people? Of the 100 highest taxpayers in the state, about half a dozen, 6 people, or 6 families, or 6 married couples, whatever, 6 people can have a noticeable effect on revenue that is seen in the General Assembly and the Department of Revenue Services. Now, remember, these are the kinds of people that the progressives in this state insist on screwing even more. Heck, they won't even take them to dinner and a movie. They'll just screw them. State Tax Commissioner Kevin Sullivan said, quote, there are probably a handful of people, 5 to 7 people, who, if they just picked up and went, you would see that in the revenue stream. Can you imagine that? Do you understand that? 5 to 7 people in a state of 3-point-something million people. 5 to 7 people. You're barely on your second hand if you're counting them with fingers. 5 to 7 people. If those people up and left said, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to the Carolinas, or I'm going to Nevada, or I'm going to Florida where there is no state income tax. Do you know how much trouble we'd be in? With one exception, Kevin Sullivan said. So there is one. Now, again, this is 10 years ago. I would think the numbers have changed, but we don't know. With one exception, Sullivan said state officials don't actually approach the super rich. There isn't friendly visiting or anything like that. He said, how are you feeling? Doing all right? You okay? 2 years ago, back in 2013, tax officials were alarmed that one super rich hedge fund owner might leave and reduce the state's tax revenues. One guy they panicked over in 2013. They set up a meeting and urged that unidentified taxpayer to stay. The effort was partly successful, with the taxpayer leaving Connecticut but agreeing to actually keep the hedge fund here. Folks, we're talking less than 10 people. These are the people, whether you like the guy or you don't, these are the people that Governor Ned Lamont pals around with. I'm sure he knows most of these people, maybe to some extent or another. I don't know. And this is not the be-all and end-all. But understand that these are the people that Bob Duff and Martin Looney and Matt Ritter and Jason Rojas, these are the people they're looking at, right? 100 people. Well, you got to pay more taxes. Oh, you should want to pay more taxes. Yeah, sure. So to Charles's point, yeah. Even if you think taxes in this state are abhorrent, especially your property taxes, and that's a municipal function, we understand that. Listen, love Ned Lamont or hate him or something in the middle. You may think he's boring or he's some, elitist guy. You trust me. If you got to have a Democrat, and Lord knows I love to see a Republican back in that seat, and who knows what kind of juice Ryan Fazio will have with these people if he meets with him. I don't know. But boy, you people out there you people in that tax the rich index card, oh, please, enough.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
The accident on the Parkway northbound is cleared out by the state line. Still jammed pretty heavy now out of Stamford up through New Canaan. And then delays about a half hour from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. 95's heavier Norwalk to Bridgeport. Very heavy up into Southport, Fairfield. Route 8 with delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Eastbound 84, heavy waves coming over the state line into Danbury, slow through Newtown out to exit 11 and 13. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Cadillac of Greenwich. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose mobile service, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at CadillacofGreenwich.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Tune in to Melissa in the Morning this Monday at 9:10 to see what's new at SHU. The next interview is with Mark Knopfrey, head football coach at Sacred Heart University. He'll talk about what makes the Sacred Heart football experience so great, how the transition to the CAA is going, and the standout players this year. All at 9:10 on Melissa in the Morning.
Sacred Heart University was just ranked top 10 in the nation for student support by the Princeton Review. Find out what that means for students and families. Go to sacredheart.edu to learn more.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Stock indices have moved deep into the red at this hour. Why? CBS's Jason Brooks has that.
President Trump responded to China's tighter export restrictions on rare earth metals by threatening massive tariff hikes on Chinese goods.
American troops are only being paid for work prior to October 1st because of the government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
You've got millions of American families who will now have to figure out how to make their mortgage, how to cover their rent, pay the car note, keep food on the table.
The threatened mass firings of federal employees has begun as the shutdown enters day 10, with Republicans and Democrats locked in a stalemate. The 2025 Nobel Peace Prize has been awarded to Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado. The Nobel Committee called her just before the announcement.
I think it'll take me a lot longer to believe what I've just heard.
President Trump called Machado to say she deserves the award. CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A hoax email from overseas prompted a precautionary protocol for all Milford public schools this morning. Milford police are confirming that all 8 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools in the district activated a no outdoor activities and limited visitation protocol this morning as the result of an email from another country that was received this morning. It did not specify a school and was deemed not credible. The district says the protocol was lifted this morning. Governor Ned Lamont has been served with a subpoena ordering him to be available to testify in the federal corruption trial of Costa Diamantis. Diamantis is accused of bribery and extortion in running the state school construction grant program in Governor Ned Lamont's budget office. The subpoena does not mean Lamont will testify, as his attorneys could seek to quash it. The Diamantis trial began this week in Bridgeport Federal Court. There was no court today, and testimony in the case resumes next week. A former state police sergeant charged with spitting in the face of a YouTube journalist in Groton has been granted accelerated rehabilitation. Brian Fahey was ordered to spend 18 months on probation, and the disorderly conduct charge against him will be erased if he complies with the terms. Fahey was accused with spitting at YouTuber Sean Paul Reyes, who visited his Groton home to question Fahey about his overtime earnings. The judge also ordered Fahey to attend anger management classes. Gildemar Herrera is back at work as Information Technology Director of New Haven Public Schools. Herrera was fired by the district after a cyber attack led to $6 million being stolen from city schools in 2023. She was fired in September of 2024, and she was ordered reinstated last month after the case was heard in arbitration. Mayor Justin Elliker says he's disappointed with the decision and believes the firing was appropriate, but says he will respect the ruling. West Haven's crackdown on vehicles owned by city residents and registered elsewhere is beginning to pay off. City officials say the program implemented this year has brought in over $140,000 in new property tax revenue. West Haven has hired a contractor that scans license plates around homes to determine whether vehicles are properly registered. They have returned over 400 unregistered vehicles and over 100 others that were improperly registered out of state to the tax rolls. A Ridgefield woman accused of poisoning her estranged partner by putting antifreeze in his wine has been released on bond. Kristen Hogan is facing 2 counts of attempted murder and interfering with police, with her bond set at $1 million. Hogan was released yesterday after the court allowed her to post 10% of the bond in cash. She will be allowed to remain free under home confinement at the home of her grandparents in Massachusetts while awaiting trial. Senator Richard Blumenthal is hopeful that the agreement between Israel and Hamas will bring lasting peace to the region. Blumenthal says he hopes the agreement is a turning point, as it can literally save lives. He says the world is waiting to exhale when the hostages are finally released after 2 long years. The Democratic senator says his deep hope is that the deal will lead to a permanent end to hostilities and to lasting peace for all Palestinians and Israelis. Emergency repairs to address sinkholes on Route 113 in Stratford are now complete. The state DOT began working on the road in early June after drainage pipes failed below the road and caused sinkholes. DOT official Josh Morgan described the situation.
Yeah, just the removal of material. Obviously, our road is paved. It's on top of other material, sand, dirt, gravel, and the earth just sort of washes away, gives way. That could, open up and create what we saw out there on Route 113.
An emergency declaration was made June 3rd, which allowed for the DOT to immediately mobilize contractors to address the problem. State and local officials gathered near the impacted area today to celebrate the reopening of the road. Voters in Derby will decide this election cycle if the city should approve millions of dollars for capital improvement projects. More than 3/4 of the $6.5 million would go to upgrades for emergency services. This includes money for 2 engines for the Derby Fire Department, a rescue truck for the Storm Ambulance Corps, 2 public works vehicles, and replacing the public safety radio system. And Seymour residents have voted to approve the construction of a new elementary school. The vote passed with almost 1,800 residents voting for the $60 million construction project. The construction will be partially funded by city funds. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The accident on the Parkway northbound is cleared out by the state line. Still jammed pretty heavy now out of Stamford up through New Canaan. And then delays about a half hour from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. 95's heavier, Norwalk to Bridgeport. Very heavy up into Southport, Fairfield. Route 8 with delays into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Eastbound 84, heavy waves coming over the state line into Danbury. Slow through Newtown out to exit 11 and 13. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, fantabulous to have you with us. Coming up later on, it's Friday, so we'll talk with our pal Chris Caruso, former Bridgeport Democratic State Rep. Also, have a guest on, an author coming on. Right before we wrap up the show, I like to do my author spotlights heading into the weekend. And a gentleman has written a book about how war, the act of fighting a war, and even the prelude to a war may have lasting effects on rewiring our brains. How about that, huh? You like that? So we'll talk to him coming up right before we wrap it at 6. We're working on possibly getting an update or two from D.C. on this ongoing federal shutdown here, this partial government shutdown, and more. And, of course, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But, again, I opened the show today with a question asking you folks, let's fast forward here about a year. Remember when we had cassettes? And we hit the fast forward button? But believe it or not, cassettes are coming back. I know it's because you can actually give somebody something physical if you want to exchange music with them, but that's another topic for another day. Anyway, my question here is, what would be you over there and you, what's your number one concern when you head to the polls next year? Now, next year, there'll be a governor's race. There'll be a lieutenant governor's race. There will be a race for Secretary of the State, for the Attorney General's office, for the state comptroller, for the state treasurer. There will be 181 people up for re-election to the State House and State Senate. And there's going to be the federal elections, but none of those, one of them might be interesting in the state. The first congressional district. I was talking to a couple of people over the last few days that live in the first district, and they say, yeah, it's turning into a battle of somebody said to me, who's really into politics. I said, what's up with your district up there? And they said, well, we have a lot of unlikable people. I said, what do you mean? I said, well, a lot of people don't like John Larson. A lot of people don't like Jillian Gilchrist. And a lot of people can't stand Luke Bronin. So I said, well, there you go. All right. But in voting next year, or in any vote, maybe you're voting in a couple of weeks in your municipal elections. Is it taxes? Is it trash pickup? And now that wouldn't be a statewide thing, but taxes, crime, immigration, I can't say homeless. The story today, the new thing is the unhoused. Yes. Just the way, strip joints are now gentlemen's clubs. Yeah. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, how are you?
I'm not too bad. First off, the Green Party is not legally allowed to cross-endorse Democrats, Republicans, or anybody in the major party. That was a loophole that they carved out, especially for us.
Shocking.
Now, the independent party can do that. And, no, this is not corrupticut.
That's how we choke off any real challenges, Tim. You know that.
And by the way, who's the, quote, Republican in the first district that's going to make that an interesting race?
No. I'm talking about because there's like 5 Democrats in that race now. Yeah.
So basically, You've got maybe a gubernatorial race that might swing.
Yeah.
Every other constitutional office will probably go Democrat.
Yeah.
You know, all the congressional offices will go heavily Democrat.
Yep.
Some of them, buddy, will go out there, you know, and people will say, look at this guy or gal and stuff, you know, he's going to get nearly 40% of the vote, you know. So,
although I think,
anyway.
Tim, I think they are, and I kind of hear a few things, too, of people I talk to. The Dems are a little afraid of Ryan Fazio, just kind of what I heard there, because of how smooth he is, how good he is talking about issues, and he's raised a lot of money in just 1 month. So we'll see.
Well, yeah, I know. Well, we do have to worship the Gold Coast, you know.
Well, yeah.
Every other, you know, it's like, oh, this is the money district. Yep. The rest of the state, the quiet corner, I don't know what's going on in the quiet corner. You know, that sort of stuff. So, but, you know, you were talking about these guys, almost, you know, these billionaires and everything. Most of them, they were hedge fund guys.
So?
For the most part, right?
So?
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know. Gambling's legal.
Yeah.
Gambling's legal in this country, in the Mohegan and Foxwoods. You know, it's all gambling. And, you know, if one of them wants to move across, you know, to another building, we've got to find a way to give them some tax breaks for them to move over there.
That's right.
You know, because they can't do it on computer. Oh, yeah, they do it on computer? Okay. But they need that new building looking over this, you know, looking over the bay, Long Island. I mean, oh, boy.
Yeah.
And, I'm bundling up care packages for Portland, Oregon right now.
Okay.
I'm putting them all together because the president said that there were no stores open in Portland. No stores. It's like,
he loves to troll. He's such a troller.
The man has dementia, okay? And I don't say that lightly.
Yeah.
The man has dementia and is, you know, if he watches something, he doesn't know whether it's, you know, 4 or 5 years ago or this currently, you know, and I'm sure he's, you know, he's got a crying towel because he didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize. I still say they should have given him the Nobel Peace Prize with a promise for him to resign.
Well,
you can have the prize.
I mean,
you have to go.
They gave it to Obama. They gave it to Obama. He did nothing.
Oh, absolutely. You know, he was just as bad, and I said so at the time. He didn't do anything.
He did. Well,
just you're a fresh face.
Well,
come on.
Let's face it, Tim. His skin was the right color. I mean, come on. The guy didn't do anything.
And he was, definitely so.
Yeah.
And so my final thing is good thing that the Republicans, you know, they won't swear in this elected congressperson, you know, because it's going to be, you know, this is a special election.
Yeah.
And the Democrat won, but Johnson doesn't want to. Oh, because he would be assigned to the committee that's going to release the Epstein files.
Oh, here we go with the Epstein files.
Okay, so I just want to know. Okay.
All right. Tim,
are you going to be on on Monday, which is
I will be in the morning for Melissa.
Oh, you in the morning.
And,
okay.
And I have 3 guests all set up to celebrate Columbus Day. We'll do that on Monday morning.
That's the I call it 400 years before the Norse discovered America Day.
Tim,
I'm sorry.
have a good one. Yes, folks. Coming up on Monday, I'll be in for Melissa, and you know what Monday is? Columbus Day.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Stay heart healthy with the City of Bridgeport Department of Public Health BPT Heart Program. Wednesdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. at the Eastside Farmers Market, 752 East Main Street, Bridgeport through October 15th for free blood pressure screenings, limited $5 coupons, and free digital monitors for qualifying participants.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's Friday out there. We have an hour and a half now to go from Stamford up into Bridgeport. Both roadways packed in pretty heavy. No one has the advantage right now of 95 or the Parkway. So far, so good. Route 8 and 25 connector, Route 8 rather, with about 15 minutes to get up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Top of 95, very busy out of New Haven down into West Haven. Northbound's busy as well. We have delays on the Parkway down through the West Rock Tunnel, both directions, and eastbound 84, a half hour to go Danbury into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, we'll be doing it together, you and I, this coming Monday, the 13th. All right? Columbus Day. Actually, I do have a fascinating author. Dr. Matthew Restall is going to join me on Monday. Actually, I already spoke to him, so I'm going to replay our interview with Dr. Restall coming up Monday morning. He wrote a fascinating new book called The 9 Lives of Christopher Columbus. Not making any judgments on Columbus, but you'll love the interview. And he is a believer, as I have said, and you'll hear him Monday say, hey, when you talk about anything to do with Columbus, you have to understand the times that he lived in. If you're true to trying to understand history and what did happen and what didn't happen, it is incumbent on you to understand why people think the way they do. So that'll be part of our Columbus Day extravaganza coming up Monday morning right here on WICC. Twixt in between the raindrops, I guess we're supposed to have a pretty significant nor'easter. But as Paul Bjork said, at least for the forecast we have now, it doesn't sound like we'll be getting hit with awful weather, but you know that could change literally in a few minutes or an hour. So we will talk about that coming up, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And our question of the day, and we'll get some answers on this from Chris at the top of the hour. A year from now, what will be your number one concern heading to the polls for the next General Assembly and governor's races? Now, again, the only really declared major party candidate in the race is Orion Fazio of Greenwich. He's raising a lot of money. Hey, if you got to raise money, you might as well do it in Fairfield County. Erin Stewart raising a good amount of money. She's almost there to qualify. You got to get about $360,000 from a certain minimum number of people with a certain maximum dollar figure average contribution. And if you get that, and if this is all verified, you get $15 million. Now, having said that, Last time out, Ned Lamont spent about $25 million. So the $15 million ain't going to cut it, but it's better than nothing. So what's going to be your number one issue that you'll look at over the next year and you'll talk about amongst yourselves and your family and friends and all that as the next year looms? Bob in Trumbull is here. Bob, good afternoon. How are you?
Oh, I don't know, Reverend Paul. You got me going, but I got three things for you.
All right,
real
make them
slow.
quick. Make them quick. Let's go.
One, Columbus never set foot in North America.
Where did he set foot?
I was in the islands down in the Bahamas.
You sure it wasn't in? You sure?
Cuba and in that area.
You sure it wasn't in?
set-
It wasn't in Stratford.
No.
No.
Anyway.
Trumbull.
Okay.
No. Okay.
No. Anyway.
Yeah.
People say raise the taxes on
Yeah.
the rich.
Yeah.
Look, most of these people are just broke at a higher level.
I like that.
I guarantee you that.
Well, you've seen that, right? You've seen the numbers, right? You've seen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because think about it. They go out and they buy a house for $1 million.
Well.
Think of what their mortgage payments are. They're just broke at a higher
Yeah,
level.
I like
now,
that. Yeah.
for voting,
Yeah.
I want somebody to call in ICE,
Yeah. Here we go.
deport the illegals.
Fly a
It
velo.
would lessen the wait times in emergency rooms.
Okay.
Okay, it would shrink the class sizes
Mhm. Might be.
for the
Yeah.
schools.
Yeah.
It would open up rentals.
Do you think Ned Lamont's going to do that, Bob? What are the odds of that? happening?
Now, wait. One
Yeah,
more thing
yeah,
it would do.
yeah.
It would free up the time
Yeah.
for the justice of the pieces. Now, I
Yeah.
think the slogan,
Yeah. Here we go.
because if I was going to run and Chris Williams said he would be
Here we
my
go.
vice governor.
Yeah. Vice governor. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The slogan would be,
Yeah.
there are some bad Republicans,
Yeah.
but there are no good Democrats.
See, now, Bob, I know, Bob, my God, Bob, thank you for the call. My God, do we have to go there? Can't we just love each other? My God. Andy, can't we just love each other?
There's got to be at least one or two good Democrats in this country.
I
We
believe
got
so.
300 million people.
Yeah, I believe so.
Anyway,
Yeah.
voting-wise, illegal immigration, not
Okay.
immigration, coming legally. I love people from other countries and
Okay.
cultures. They're very interesting,
Yeah.
and they contribute.
Mhm.
And crime, which I kind of am lumping together because
All
I
right.
think a lot of it is connected to that. But regarding Columbus Day and / Indigenous Peoples
Yeah.
Day, there's 365 days in a year, right?
Yeah.
That hasn't changed yet, right?
Yeah.
366 sometimes. What? Subtract one for Columbus Day.
Yeah.
You got 364 days, Paul.
I know.
Pick something. Pick July
I know.
9th, September 15th. I mean, pick one. It's December 23, a day before Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
What are you doing? I mean, these people just look for conflict and trouble and difficulties.
Well, listen, I urge you, and Andy, thank you for the call. I urge you to listen to the interview. In fact, it's coming up. What time do I have this? Oh, heck, where did I put this? Oh, there it is. Dr. Restall is going to be, I'm going to feature his interview in the 8 o'clock hour on Monday. I think you'll enjoy this. It was a wonderful chat I had with him. He's a historian at Penn State. And the book he wrote called The 9 Lives of Christopher Columbus, it's non-judgmental. And he basically takes certain things that we kind of know about Columbus, but lays them out. And the premise of the book is, well, okay, this happened, but understand that this, and this happened with, to, or through Columbus. What is the relationship here? So make sure you're with me at least in the 8 o'clock hour Monday morning for our chat. All righty, traffic and weather together. We'll do that. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's Friday out there. We have an hour and a half now to go from Stamford up into Bridgeport. Both roadways packed in pretty heavy. No one has the advantage right now of 95 or the Parkway. So far, so good. Route 8 and 25 connector, Route 8 rather, with about 15 minutes to get up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Top of 95, very busy out of New Haven down into West Haven. Northbound's busy as well. We have delays on the Parkway down through the West Rock Tunnel, both directions, and eastbound 84, a half hour to go Danbury into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, as we continue, and a reminder, you can contact me numerous ways, or us here at WICC. First and foremost, on the telephone, anytime we're live here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That is also our text number, so talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And, of course, I don't want to say old-fashioned, but email is now. Think of how cutting-edge email was at one time. But you can email me, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, that's Paul, P-A-U-L, at voiceofct.com. Coming up about an hour from change right now, an hour and change away. Our buddy Chris Caruso with his Friday update. We'll see what's on his mind. And also, fascinating article, fascinating author, I should say, and a fascinating new book that we will talk about in the 5 o'clock hour coming up. The effect that war has on the human mind and the wiring of the brain after war.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. New details are coming to light following the deadly explosion at a munitions factory 60 miles southwest of Nashville. Officials say 19 people are missing and feared dead. Here's Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis.
We can confirm that we do have some that are deceased, but we're going to go back, notify these families, and let these families know what's going on.
The worst day on Wall Street since April. CBS's Jason Brooks says things were fine until a social media post appeared.
Stocks took a quick and deep dive into negative territory after President Trump posted on Truth Social that China is becoming very hostile with its move to increase restrictions on rare earth exports, with the president threatening to retaliate with massive tariff increases on Chinese goods.
The Dow closed down almost 2%. Two former secretaries of state are giving their take on the peace deal between Israel and Hamas.
Hillary Clinton calls the peace deal a major breakthrough in diplomacy.
I really commend President Trump.
The former Obama administration Secretary of State tells CBS News now comes the next steps. Former Bush administration Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice says she's pleased 200 American military personnel will go to Israel to help.
We will have capabilities to help in getting people there, getting the humanitarian assistance organized.
Long-term steps would include rebuilding Gaza and assuring Hamas never returns to the region. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
American University in Washington is welcoming furloughed federal workers today.
We're here today because we both worked for USAID, and we were ripped in July.
John Spears is participating in this Classes Without Quizzes program with his wife, Margaret.
Looking forward to today learning about some new things. It ranges from artificial intelligence to management techniques.
We have over 500 people registered for today.
Molly Love with AU's School of Public Affairs.
I think people are eager and excited to learn and be back into the classroom setting.
Alan Etter for CBS News, Washington.
The Trump administration has begun notifying federal employees in a wide range of agencies today that they'll be fired as the shutdown continues. National Guardsmen have been patrolling in one of Tennessee's biggest cities.
Guard members first arrived in Memphis 2 weeks ago, but today is the first day they've been seen on the streets. Some troops were spotted outside of Bass Pro Shops posing for photos with visitors. Memphis's police chief has asked that the Guard have a presence in retail corridors and help direct traffic. Democratic Mayor Paul Young has said he wants the troops to help local police target violent offenders, not scare or intimidate the general public.
The NASDAQ down almost 3.5%. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. "Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines," he told me. "This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service." Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A hoax email from overseas prompted a precautionary protocol for all Milford public schools this morning. Milford police are confirming that all 8 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools in the district activated a no outdoor activities and limited visitation protocol this morning as the result of an email from another country that was received this morning. It did not specify a school and was deemed not credible. The district says the protocol was lifted this morning. Voters in Derby will decide this election cycle if the city should approve millions of dollars for capital improvement projects. More than 3/4 of the $6.5 million would go to upgrades for emergency services. This includes money for 2 engines for the Derby Fire Department, a rescue truck for the Storm Ambulance Corps, 2 public works vehicles, and replacing the public safety radio system. Seymour residents have voted to approve the construction of a new elementary school. The vote passed with almost 1,800 residents voting for the $60 million construction project. The construction will be partially funded by city funds. A Fairfield resident has been confirmed to a position in the Trump administration. The U.S. Senate confirmed Republican David Fogel to be the new Assistant Secretary of Commerce and Director General of the United States and Foreign Commercial Service in the Trump administration. Fogel previously served in the administration during President Trump's first term, first as the Chief of Staff at the Export-Import Bank, and then later at the State Department, where he served as Senior Advisor and Chief Business Development Officer. Fogel has been a longtime resident of Fairfield, and emergency repairs to address sinkholes on Route 113 in Stratford are now complete. The state DOT began working on the road in early June after drainage pipes failed below the road and caused sinkholes. DOT official Josh Morgan described the situation.
Yeah, just the removal of material. Obviously, our road is paved. It's on top of other material, sand, dirt, gravel. And the earth just sort of washes away, gives way. That could, open up and create what we saw out there on Route 113.
An emergency declaration was made June 3rd, which allowed for the DOT to immediately mobilize contractors to address the problem. State and local officials gathered near the impacted area today to celebrate the reopening of the road. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident northbound at 95. Last check, it was between exits 19 and 21, taking out the left lane, and you're packed in solid back to Norwalk behind that. All in all, it's about an hour and a half, 95 from Greenwich getting up to Norwalk. Parkway about the same, and that's all volume. No accidents reported. Northbound on Route 8, about 15 minutes to get Shelton up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Parkway into New Haven County, very busy both directions through the tunnel up to Hamden. 95 on the slow side, both directions from Milford getting up into Long Wharf. And 84 jammed pretty heavy eastbound between Danbury and Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. There are some new numbers out regarding crime in Connecticut, and I know a lot of you folks say, well, the crime is skyrocketing in Connecticut. Well, not really. Okay, now, there's certain areas of crime you want to see reduced even more, and we'll get to that. And whether or not you feel safe. There are some new crime numbers. We'll talk about that. But we get to our, and by the way, hi, how are you? It's hour number 3 of the program. Glad you're with us. And let's get to our question of the day. That's at facebook.com/voice of CT. And I opened the show with it today because, you know, I saw some of these stories. You heard Chris running some audio of the governor meeting, I guess, with progressives in Fairfield County, which is fine. And the group Indivisible, I guess Indivisible is the group that Chris Murphy is funding with some of his money. They conduct these No Kings rallies, which must be working because last time I checked, we still don't have a king here. I'm checking. All the screaming and yelling about losing our rights. I don't know what rights everybody's losing. Mine haven't changed. We're losing our freedom of speech. Well, no, I'm sitting here talking to you on the radio saying some stuff that I'm sure at least half the audience doesn't agree with. But anyway, the governor meeting with those people and meeting with others. So I saw that story earlier today and I said, what's this going to be like a year from now, right? So instead of mid to late October of 2025, what's mid to late October of 2026 going to be? And what will be your prime your prime issue that you'll be looking at to decide what issue tips the wagon for you as to who you vote for or what party you vote for? Is it crime? Is it abortion? Is it protecting democracy? Is it this? Is it that? Taxes, whatever. So I asked, what will be your number one concern when you head to the polls about this time next year for the General Assembly and the governor's races? A lot of folks are chiming in here at facebook.com/voice of CT. And Chris Williams has been looking at the answers. And Chris, what do you find interesting?
Glenn wants us to just vote out the Dems. They are destroying the state, skyrocketing healthcare costs and electricity from Youssef. Dave says taxes. Rebecca is voting red. Taxes, public benefits charge, high crime, illegals. Those are just a few from Laura. Number one concern is people voting Democrat from Ryan. Healthcare from Lisa. And Lee says dead people voting.
Well, are we sure about that? I don't know. All right, Chris, thank you. We're going to leave the question up there. We always do. And it's amazing. We still get people chiming in on these questions days, weeks, and months after I post them, which is why we never take them down. They're always there. Facebook.com/voice of CT. Now, Some of the people Chris just mentioned there mentioned crime. Well, how dangerous is Connecticut, really? We have some new crime numbers out. We'll tell you about that and more coming up right here on WICC.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Legends of Fear, now open for our 29th year of haunting. Ride our haunted hayride or walk the Hallow Trail and visit Melonhead Revenge. Enjoy up to 90 minutes of terror at our farm. Real farm, real woods, real fear. Legends of Fear is the best in outdoor haunting. Buy your tickets now at legendsoffear.com, a nationally ranked top haunt. Bring your family for an exciting night of outdoor adventure. Visit legendsoffear.com. That's legendsoffear.com.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision, because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway, both holding at about an hour and a half. Stamper getting up into Bridgeport. Accident last check was still working at exit 21 in Fairfield. Northbound Route 8 heavy into the Commodore Hull Bridge. New Haven County packed in. 95 coming off a Long Wharf. Northbound busy out of Milford. Delays both directions into the West Rock Tunnel. Eastbound 84 heavy through Danbury and Newtown. It's about a half hour to go from Danbury out to the Rochambeau Bridge. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Whatever's on your mind, put it in a text and send it to Paul. 203-333-9422. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm just looking at a couple of text messages here. I'll have to read these in more depth on a break here. They're interesting. I want to make sure I can read them on the air. I just want to make sure the language is clean. Don't want to say words that I shouldn't. A lot of people, and I talk about it too, I have zero tolerance for crime. I do. Look, if you're committing a crime to feed yourself or to feed your kids, or, your wife is starving or your mom and dad, that's one thing. But come on, that's few and far between. But we talk about the perception here of crime in Connecticut. And one of my mantras is don't hit me with numbers. Because anybody who's the victim of a crime doesn't care about numbers. Well, car theft is way down. Yeah, my car got stolen twice in the past 2 or 3 years. I'm not saying that's me. I'm just saying that's what somebody may say. So you can wave numbers in front of everybody's face all day and twice on Sunday. They're not going to care. But these numbers here are interesting. I'll give them to you now before we go back to the phones. And because they will be used as a talking point next year as we get closer to the election here in the state. A new annual report out there says crime has dropped again in Connecticut. It was issued earlier this month, actually. The report includes data, by the way, this is in the Connecticut News Junkie, from all 108 state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies in the state. It's updated daily and is available for public reviews. Now, let's give you a couple of numbers here. You can say this is complete garbage, or you can say, interesting. Statewide, okay, all across Connecticut, from edge to edge in Connecticut, statewide, based on the reported incidents, crimes against persons declined a bit, 2.4% from 2023 to 2024. Property crimes dropped 16.9%. Crimes against society, which include things, it says here, like drug violations and animal cruelty, dropped 4.3%. Now, in 2024, Connecticut saw a reported 30,004 crimes against persons, a rate of just over 820 of such crimes for 100,000 population. That's down a bit, 730 fewer incidents than in 2023, and down about 2,400 since 2021. That's the earliest day that they're keeping numbers for this. The biggest reductions were in murder, non-negligent homicide. In other words, killing somebody when you know you're killing them. It's not manslaughter. That dropped 34.8% from 138 to 90. Sex crimes, including rape, statutory rape, and criminal sexual contact, also saw big drops, double-digit declines. Couple of more paragraphs here on simple assault and kidnapping were the noticeable areas that saw increases. Simple assault was up 2.5%. And by the way, a simple assault is an unlawful physical contact that does not include a weapon. And where the victim did not suffer a serious injury. I guess simple assault is like punching somebody, right? There's no weapon there. And maybe it's not a significant injury. I don't know. There were 8 more kidnappings in 2024 as compared to 2023. You know how many kidnappings there were in the state in 2024? This is interesting to me. You think kidnapping, rare, right? 312 kidnappings in the state. Now, this is interesting. More findings in the report include that more than 70% of the murders and non-negligent homicides were committed with a gun. In the majority of the reported cases, and this is important when you're looking at gun crime, in the majority of the reported cases, the victims knew their killers. And that's usually when you hear police say something like, there's no threat to the general public. That's FBI speak. That's police speak for this was a personal beef. Doesn't make it any more tolerable in society, but pick that up. The most common relationship for a male victim was an acquaintance. So that would be somebody they knew. They say acquaintance, they don't use friend because friend is subjective. It's not objective. An acquaintance is objective. I have a dear friend in this business who, one thing he told me that's always stuck with me because he heard it from somebody, we overuse the word friend. Oh, it's a friend of mine. No, it's an acquaintance. We have very few friends. If you take a friend at its base value, we could probably count on one hand, maybe two, the number of real friends we have versus acquaintances. Anyway, in the cases of male victims of gun violence, it was an acquaintance, somebody they knew. A friend would not kill you, or I guess not. Female victims were most often killed by an intimate partner. And we know what that is, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. Companion. The same relationship statuses were also true of aggravated assault in the state, where men were most likely to be assaulted by an acquaintance and women by an intimate partner. Interesting here. You know what crime they say really spiked? And folks, I talk about it. Melissa talks about it all the time. Lisa talks about it. The overnight guys, Red Eye Red, you hear it on every radio station, TV station, podcast. Identity theft. Identity theft spiking at more than 8,000 incidents in 2023. Up from 2,300 just 2 years before. And I almost got caught the other day. And I think I've told you this. This is why you're better off, especially if you have just a cell phone. A lot of us don't have. I do have, I told you. I do have a hardwired phone to my system because I get it free with my internet service, and I have an answering machine there. The bottom line is, get something that'll record the calls or at least give you a printout of the number. Don't feel the need, unless you know the number is from your son or your daughter or your grandson or your granddaughter or mom and dad and grandma, grandpa, nana, papa. There's no need for you to answer that phone right away unless you know they're calling. So I get a call the other day. I think I told you this. You got to be careful about this. I said, and I shouldn't have answered. I don't know why I did. Maybe I was lonely. I said, hello. And I swear, is this Paul Pacelli? See, what they're trying to do is to get me to say yes. This is the new thing now, especially with AI. They get you to say key words like, yes, it's me. Or, yes, it's me. Can you hear me? Yeah. Don't do that. If somebody is on the phone asking you if you're you, trust me. Don't say yes, because then they will take your yes, because they have it then, and they can clean it up in AI, in artificial intelligence, and then you can buy stuff, you can order stuff, you can authorize cash to be transferred and moved around all because you simply use the word yes.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident bikes at 21 in Fairfield. Looks like they moved it off to the shoulder, but packed solid back into Norwalk. All in all, an hour and a half from Stamford up into Bridgeport on 95. Parkway jam up starts at exit 5 in Greenwich. A few openings in between, but pretty much packed in all the way up to the mall in Trumbull. Again, that's about an hour and a half to go from Greenwich up into Route 8. Route 8, about 15 minutes getting up to the bridge now. Eastbound 84 still jammed out of Danbury into Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As the seasons change, now is the perfect time to give your trees the care that they need. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've told you about K&J Tree Service before, but did you know they're offering a flash sale right now? Whether it's pruning, trimming, or removing hazardous limbs, their team of certified arborists are here to help you out. 203-248-TREE or visit kjtreeservice.com to book your appointment. Safety is their number one priority, so be sure to take advantage of their free tree risk assessment. We did it for our property, and you should as well to make sure it's in top shape, especially for the upcoming winter season. Don't miss out on this exclusive savings and the chance to keep your trees healthy and beautiful. Call today at 203-248-TREE or visit the website kjtreeservice.com to book your appointment. That's kjtreeservice.com. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. Take advantage of their incredible offer right now and let them take care of your trees today. That's kjtreeservice.com to book.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Two former secretaries of state have told CBS News they're pleased a ceasefire has begun in Gaza, but now begins the hard work of maintaining it. Hillary Clinton was in President Obama's cabinet.
It's a really significant first step, and I really commend President Trump.
Condoleezza Rice led the State Department under President George W. Bush.
This is a broader coalition of states that have an interest and have a lot at stake here.
19 people are missing and feared dead in a massive explosion at a munitions plant 60 miles southwest of Nashville. Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis.
We got a very big investigation. This is not going to be something that we're going to be like a car wreck or something like that we're just going to clean up the debris and leave. We're going to probably be here for a few days.
CBS News has confirmed the Trump administration has begun notifying federal employees at Treasury, DHS, and HHS that they're being fired. CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A hoax email from overseas prompted a precautionary protocol for all Milford public schools this morning. Milford police are confirming that all 8 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools in the district activated a no outdoor activities and limited visitation protocol this morning as the result of an email from another country that was received this morning. It did not specify a school and was deemed not credible. The district says the protocol was lifted this morning. Governor Ned Lamont has been served with a subpoena ordering him to be available to testify in the federal corruption trial of Costa Diamantis. Diamantis is accused of bribery and extortion in running the state school construction grant program in Governor Lamont's budget office. The subpoena does not mean Lamont will testify, as his attorneys could seek to quash it. The Diamantis trial began this week in Bridgeport Federal Court. There was no court today, and testimony in the case resumes next week. A former state police sergeant charged with spitting in the face of a YouTube journalist in Groton has been granted accelerated rehabilitation. Brian Fahey was ordered to spend 18 months on probation, and the disorderly conduct charge against him will be erased if he complies with the terms. Fahey was charged with spitting at YouTuber Sean Paul Reyes, who visited his Groton home to question Fahey about his overtime earnings. The judge also ordered Fahey to attend anger management classes. A Ridgefield woman accused of poisoning her estranged partner by putting antifreeze in his wine has been released on bond. Kristen Hogan is facing 2 counts of attempted murder and interfering with police, with her bond set at $1 million. Hogan was released yesterday after the court allowed her to post 10% of the bond in cash. She will be allowed to remain free under home confinement at the home of her grandparents in Massachusetts while awaiting trial. A woman in Derby has been arrested after she allegedly crashed into a police cruiser while trying to flee from officers. Police say Alea Beeman was trying to drive away in a stolen vehicle after allegedly assaulting a man and his dog on Elizabeth Street on September 27th. Beeman was arrested after police say she crashed into a cruiser and another vehicle. She's being held on $250,000 bond on numerous charges. A scooter rider was taken to the hospital after a crash with a vehicle in Bridgeport. The crash happened yesterday on East Main Street near Clarence Street. The rider was taken by ambulance to Bridgeport Hospital with an apparent broken leg. The vehicle driver remained at the scene and currently is not facing any charges. Senator Richard Blumenthal is hopeful that the agreement between Israel and Hamas will bring lasting peace to the region. Blumenthal says he hopes the agreement is a turning point, as it can literally save lives. He says the world is waiting to exhale when the hostages are finally released after 2 long years. The Democratic senator says his deep hope is that the deal will lead to a permanent end to hostilities and to lasting peace for all Palestinians and Israelis. As the colder weather moves in, state leaders have announced $8 million in funding for homeless services. $4.5 million of those funds are dedicated to expanding shelter capacity, with the remaining $3.5 million supporting care centers where homeless individuals can access resources and services. Norwalk Democratic State Representative Kadeem Roberts expressed his gratitude that the problem is being directly addressed.
Though it is a start, though we might be playing catch up, we're fixing something now. I know you guys woke up this morning and seen it was 40 degrees outside. It's only going to get a little worse. And for us, we're grateful, to have homes, but there's a lot of people that don't have it.
Governor Ned Lamont said that while taking care of those who are homeless is a great start, the solution lies in addressing Connecticut's ongoing housing crisis.
We're doing a lot, but we got to do more. We built more new housing in the last 3 years than we have in, a couple of decades. More affordable housing than we have in a couple of decades. And we've got 6,000 or 7,000 units under construction now.
Gildemar Herrera is back at work as Information Technology Director of New Haven Public Schools. Herrera was fired by the district after a cyber attack led to $6 million being stolen from city schools in 2023. She was fired in September of 2024, and she was ordered reinstated last month after the case was heard in arbitration. Mayor Justin Elliker says he's disappointed with the decision and believes the firing was appropriate, but says he will respect the ruling. And West Haven's crackdown on vehicles owned by city residents and registered elsewhere is beginning to pay off. City officials say the program implemented this year has brought in over $140,000 in new property tax revenue. West Haven has hired a contractor that scans license plates around homes to determine whether vehicles are properly registered. They have returned over 400 unregistered vehicles and over 100 others that were improperly registered out of state to the tax rolls. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Southbound 95 accident near the state line in Greenwich. At least one lane taken out, slammed back into Stamford. Northbound, it's about an hour and a half to go from Stamford up into Bridgeport. Still very heavy, making your way through Westport, Southport. Parkway easing out a little bit in through Greenwich. Stamford still very busy through New Canaan. And about 40 to 45 minutes from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Route 8 not getting any better up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Both 95 and the Parkway on the heavier side in New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's here to make the Merritt traffic just fly by. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hey, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICCs. We kind of coast into the weekend. Yeah, Paul Pioric with the forecast there. I guess maybe the forecast has eased off a little bit, but it was going to be early Sunday into late Sunday and Monday. Now I guess this nor'easter that's creeping up the coast could be mid to late day Sunday into Monday. We may not get hit with the most of it, but you probably don't want to be in a boat on the SS Pauly is docked in my kitchen sink, so it's not going anywhere. But be advised of that. Got a text message here now. Earlier in the day, if you're just joining us, great to have you with us. My question of the day was, what would be the deciding issue for you? Looking ahead about a year from now, it's likely Governor Ned Lamont is running again. It's still up in the air whether or not the outgoing mayor of New Britain, Aaron Stewart, will be running on the Republican side. Ryan Fazio doing quite well, we hear, on money raising is running. So about a year from now, God willing, we'll all still be together, and we'll be talking about, hey, the election's coming up. And my question to you is, or was and still is, at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, or talk or text. What will be your number one concern when you head to the polls in about a year for the General Assembly races to elect or re-elect or elect somebody new in the 36 seats in the Connecticut State Senate, each person representing about 100,000 people, and or the 151 people, men and women of both sides, in the State House. Each person in the State House, those districts are about 26,000 there. House districts are smaller, but still it's no easy task. But as you head to the polls, concerned about what would be your defining issue? In other words, you will have paid attention to the race for a year coming up, listening to me, hopefully, and thank you, listening to Lisa in the midday, listening to Melissa in the morning and saying, hey, all right, I see what's happening here. I see what the D's are saying and what the R's are saying, and I'm going to vote for XYZ because of this. Yes, I care about issue A. Yeah, I'm interested in issue B. Okay, issue C fascinates me sometimes, but it's this issue that I have set myself up for. So you tell me, talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, part of the reason I brought that up was a story I read earlier in Hearst about the Governor Lamont, holding a forum, going down and answering questions from some of the more progressive members of his party and maybe some independent voters. And there could have been maybe, some Republicans there as well. And the governor pushing back on the notion that it's easy just to raise money on the high-income earners. And my point was, as the governor says, they'll leave. See, when you have a lot of money, it's much easier for you to leave, too. Well, they they love Connecticut. They never leave. Oh, really? And I pointed out that story from 10 years ago. Kevin Sullivan, the former state tax commissioner. Remember him? He was in the General Assembly. I met Kevin a few times. Very nice guy. But he admitted to the New York Post, hey, if a handful of these people leave, we're screwed. Yes, if you have a lot of money, it also affords you the ability to get up or not even leave Connecticut all year. What's the rule now? 6 months plus 1 day or wherever you do your primary residence there? So I got a text here. Hey, Paul, good afternoon. I've been listening to you since you came on this afternoon. I'll tell you what, I work for a company based out of a locality in Fairfield County, and we pretty much care for affluent customers in Fairfield County, all over the place, Greenwich, New Canaan, Darien, Westport, Fairfield. And this person says, I can tell you these people have the money, and they also have the money to leave if Democrats aren't careful. Thank you. That's my point. But yet, you've got Bob Duff, you've got Martin Looney, you've got Matt Ritter, you have Jason Rojas, all over the place. Oh, Matt Blumenthal, all the D's say, hey, let's just raise their taxes. Oh, they won't leave. They love it here. They won't leave. The hell they won't.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks started the day on a positive note, and they got absolutely pummeled in the middle of the session when President Trump threatened massive tariffs against China and also as yet unspecified countermeasures for China imposing export controls on rare earth materials. That sent the markets reeling today. The Nasdaq hit an intraday all-time high, but then plunged 3.5%, while the Dow fell nearly 2%, or 879 points, to 45,479. S&P and Dow 2 3/4%, 182 points at 65.52, and the Nasdaq, as stated, down 820 points at 22,204. Worries that a trade war breaking out between the U.S. and China could severely weaken the economy, both here and abroad, drove 10-year note yields down to 4.06%. The dollar fell, oil tumbled 2 2/3 dollars to $58.84 a barrel, while a flight to quality into gold was evident again, up $58 to $4,031 the ounce. Crypto sold off hard as well as we go into a long holiday weekend with many uncertainties.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Southbound 95 accident near the state line in Greenwich. At least one lane taken out, slammed back into Stamford. Northbound, it's about an hour and a half to go from Stamford up into Bridgeport. Still very heavy, making your way through Westport, Southport. Parkway easing out a little bit in through Greenwich. Stamford still very busy through New Canaan. And about 40 to 45 minutes from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Route 8 not getting any better up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Both 95 and the Parkway on the heavier side in New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Grab your smartphone and get our app so you don't miss any of the conversation. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli continues on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And before we go back to the phones, I just have to say something, because it's what I get paid for. I'm kind of laughing here in kind of a rhetorical way. I know there are a lot of people who right now are very passionately saying, well, look at what happened in the Middle East. President Trump should get the Nobel Peace Prize. Instead, they gave it, I guess, to a Venezuelan woman who was an opposition leader. Mr. Trump actually called her to congratulate her. I guess she's hiding out in Venezuela, whatever. Look, and there's timing here. Well, they announced it today, and the Trump, push with Israel and Gaza, it's still in the embryonic stages. Who knows if it's going to hold. I get that. I understand that. We'll see if this holds. But don't waste your breath and say, well, President Trump should get the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, maybe he'll get it next year. I don't know. But here's the bottom line, and we all know this. And I am not kidding when I say this, and with all due respect, because it's hit my family too. I was talking to somebody at Connoisseur today about this, right here in Milford. They said, what do you think? I said, here's what I think, and I will maintain this. Donald Trump could walk to a podium with every network in America, every radio and TV network and internet network and podcaster from all over the world. TV, radio, streaming, newspapers, wire services, all over the world. And he could say, in my hand, I have the cure for all cancers. This cure was hidden by Big Pharma and the government. And here it is, and I am making sure that American companies will produce this cure for cancer or whatever disease, and we will give it to you free. Cancer, we can tell you, will be eradicated from God's earth. I can tell you this with all degrees of certainty. There will be people who would refuse this because it came from Trump. He could end world famine, bring world peace, and there are some levels of Trump derangement syndrome, which I used to think was a colloquial joke. But there are people they'd rather starve than take food promoted by President Trump to end hunger or end famine or end dehydration or end wars. So I know there's a lot of you. It's all over my social media feeds. This is the real Nobel Peace Prize. And whatever. You know what? The people, hopefully, I pray to God this thing between Israel and Hamas lasts. Maybe this is the start of a lasting peace in the Middle East. Now, if Iran's going to screw around, they need to get their neck stepped on again. If they, because you know, Iran and North Korea and a few other ne'er-do-wells, they will try and blow this up, literally. If Iran does this crap, they need to get their neck snapped. Okay, but having said that, if this thing takes hold, history will be very nice to Mr. Trump. Because the present day one, he could bring world peace, and you would have people saying, how dare he end wars? I want my war, and I want it now. Donald Trump is Hitler. Well, wait a minute. Didn't Hitler promote war? Never mind. Come on. I'm seeing this stuff all over the media today going, please, you know what we're dealing with here. And maybe the whole thing crumbles. Who knows? Man, oh, man. I'm telling you, he could cure cancer, and some people would rather not take the cure. And you know what, folks? Come on, admit it. You know somebody in your circle of acquaintances, in your circle of friends, people you work with, people in your family. What I just said, come on, admit it. You're sitting there going, yeah, I know. My uncle, he'd be that way. Or, yeah, my sister, she'd say that. Yeah, come on. Admit it when Paulie's right. Jose in Shelton's here. Jose, how are you? What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
I know you're being a little sarcastic.
Yeah.
But I don't think what you're saying is true. I think if he could cure cancer, everybody would be aboard. Having said that.
Yeah, having said that, yeah.
I don't think, people are out there in left field, but if there's a cure for cancer, I think everybody would be aboard.
I would hope so. I would hope so.
I want to move on. I keep telling you that the Republicans
Here we go.
open the government
Here
by
we go.
filibuster. You keep cutting me off.
Here we go.
Why don't they want to do it? Who's preventing them from doing it?
The White House is. The White House. The White House.
So the White House
wants
the government shutdown.
Yes.
They want to blame the Democrats.
Yes, because the Democrats won't sign, Jose, what they call a clean continuing resolution. Now, the Democrats are saying we want certain tax concessions and tax benefits for Obamacare extended. And the White House is saying, well, okay, we can talk about that, but the Democrats, Jose, want that Obamacare stuff in the extension to prevent the shutdown. That's
what's
the problem.
wrong with that?
Well, the Republicans don't want to do that. What can I tell you?
So what you're saying, in plain English, is that the Republicans don't want to give health care to Americans.
That's what the Democrats are saying. Yes, you are right.
Are you saying that?
Yeah. That's what Chuck Schumer is saying. Yes, your friend Chuck Schumer.
So Chuck Schumer is saying the Republicans don't want to give health care to American citizens, and that's why Schumer shut the government down?
Yes, because the Republicans are saying, Chuck, let's talk about this in a separate bill. Let's just sign this so we can keep the government open until the end of November. Then it would they would face another shutdown. So the
in November it's going to shut down again.
Well, it won't shut down if it's not running now.
No, but Paul, you don't understand.
Yeah.
The Republican senators, I read the Constitution.
Yeah.
I read the rules.
Yeah, yes.
All they got to do is vote on and get rid of the filibuster rule.
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that.
But they have the power to do it.
But
Agreed?
they won't do it. They won't do it.
Okay, let me ask you a question,
Yeah.
political science student.
Yeah.
Do they have the power to do it right now?
Yes.
And why don't they do it? Because of the White House?
Because they think the White House is telling them not to, because they think they've got Schumer backed into a corner.
So the White House is telling the Republicans, don't pay
Yeah.
the military, don't pay, shut down aviation, because we want to blame the shutdown on the Democrats that have no power whatsoever.
In essence, yes.
The Republicans control the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
They control the White House.
Yeah.
They control the Congress.
Yeah.
And they control the Senate and
Yeah.
the House.
Yeah.
And you're saying Schumer has all this power?
Well, because these and Jose, I do have to go. Thank you. The problem is, Jose and everybody else listening, these bills have to, as Jose said, there is a not a traditional filibuster. You got to get 60 votes to okay a bill, then to have a final vote on it. The Republicans can't get 60 now. They've got how many Republican Senate members? 51 or 52. So there's one Republican voting with the Democrats, and there are 3 Democrats voting with Republicans. All right, folks? So in order to advance this bill, if it was a simple majority right now, a simple majority of Republicans in the U.S. Senate would end the filibuster. The problem is they can't get there because you need 60 votes to move the bill forward for a final vote. In a final simple majority vote, there's enough. There's 50 or 51 Democrats plus 3 or 4, 50 or 51 Republicans plus 3 or 4 Democrats. And it's a battle over tax benefits for the Affordable Care Act.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident southbound 95 near the state line in Greenwich. At least one lane taken out, still delayed back into Stamford. Northbound, still on the heavier side out of Stamford in through Darien. About an hour to go from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Very heavy. Fairfield, Westport, Southport. Parkway easing out a little bit lower part of the county, rather. 45 minutes still from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. And Route 8 still holding at about 15 minutes out of Shelton, getting up to the Commodore Hall Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield Mobile Service Plus is the next generation of door-to-door maintenance and repair. Enhance your Chevrolet, GMC, or Cadillac ownership experience by making your vehicle maintenance easier. Our technicians come to you at home or work with Mobile Service Plus. Experience next-level service from Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
Now, before we break here for traffic and weather together, understand the filibuster is working in the Democrats' favor here because the filibuster is giving the minority party the right to push back.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. We've learned that an explosion this morning at a munitions plant about 60 miles southwest of Nashville has taken a terrible toll. Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis.
I can tell you right now that we're looking for 19 individuals.
CBS's Nicole Valdez is there.
He said, "This is one of the most devastating scenes that I've ever seen in my 36-year career as sheriff." That was really something that he struggled to even get out as he looked over to his left and saw what I counted to be maybe 24 people. Those are family members who are still here waiting for news of their loved ones.
People who live miles away from the plant said they felt the explosion. A tough day on Wall Street. Stocks had been gaining until President Trump posted on social media a threat to sharply increase tariffs on China. He's upset about its restrictions on rare earths. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
Because China dominates the processing capabilities for rare earths around the world, China shot across the bow of new export restrictions on rare earths, really rattled a lot of investors.
And just moments ago, the president posted another threat. He says he'll impose a 100% tariff on China starting November 1st. A former Secretary of State tells CBS News she's pleased a ceasefire has been reached in Gaza, but she warns the tough part is keeping the ceasefire in place. Hillary Clinton was President Obama's top diplomat.
Having U.S. troops and civilian personnel involved in helping to ensure that the ceasefire takes place, that it holds, that if there is some kind of outbreak somewhere, that it can be quickly put down.
About 200 American soldiers will help enforce the ceasefire. CBS's Haley Ott in Tel Aviv says as tens of thousands of Palestinians head to northern Gaza to see what's left of their communities, they'll be provided food and other supplies quickly.
We expect the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza to increase imminently. Italy's Ministry of Defense said 600 trucks of aid a day will enter Gaza through Egypt.
The administration is following through on President Trump's threat of mass firings of federal employees during the shutdown.
The rifts or reductions in force come amid the government shutdown, as the Senate has been unable to pass a short-term federal funding bill. These firings are described by the Budget Office as substantial. The move by the Trump administration is meant to pressure Senate Democrats to drop their demand to extend expiring subsidies that help millions of Americans buy health insurance under the Affordable Care Act. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
The Dow closed down almost 2% today. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. "Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines," he told me. "This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service." Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A hoax email from overseas prompted a precautionary protocol for all Milford public schools this morning. Milford police are confirming that all 8 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools in the district activated a no outdoor activities and limited visitation protocol this morning as the result of an email from another country that was received this morning. It did not specify a school and was deemed not credible. The district says the protocol was lifted this morning. A former state police sergeant charged with spitting in the face of a YouTube journalist in Groton has been granted accelerated rehabilitation. Brian Fahey was ordered to spend 18 months on probation, and the disorderly conduct charge against him will be erased if he complies with the terms. Fahey was charged with spitting at YouTuber Sean Paul Reyes, who visited his Groton home to question Fahey about his overtime earnings. The judge also ordered Fahey to attend anger management classes. A Ridgefield woman accused of poisoning her estranged partner by putting antifreeze in his wine has been released on bond. Kristen Hogan is facing 2 counts of attempted murder and interfering with police, with her bond set at $1 million. Hogan was released yesterday after the court allowed her to post 10% of the bond in cash. She will be allowed to remain free under home confinement at the home of her grandparents in Massachusetts while awaiting trial. And West Haven's crackdown on vehicles owned by city residents and registered elsewhere is beginning to pay off. City officials say the program implemented this year has brought in over $140,000 in new property tax revenue. West Haven has hired a contractor that scans license plates around homes to determine whether vehicles are properly registered. They have returned over 400 unregistered vehicles and over 100 others that were improperly registered out of state to the tax rolls. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident southbound 95 near the state line in Greenwich. At least one lane taken out, still delayed back into Stamford. Northbound still on the heavier side out of Stamford in through Darien. About an hour to go from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Very heavy. Fairfield, Westport, Southport. Parkway easing out a little bit lower part of the county, 45 minutes still from Norwalk up to Bridgeport. And Route 8 still holding it about 15 minutes out of Shelton, getting up to the Commodore Hall Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 3 hours down, one more glorious hour to go. Yes, you have another 52 minutes and 36 seconds of me. Before we head into the weekend, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Before we go to Juan and Chris Caruso, stand by, gentlemen. I just want to finish this explanation. So our friend Jose was inquiring about the mechanics of the shutdown here. And there are still a lot of people that don't understand what exactly is going on. Now, we're in a government shutdown, and this is about the cleanest explanation I can find here for people who aren't awash in this stuff like I am and other people. BBC here. Republicans and Democrats are not agreeing on how to pass a bill funding the government from now until whenever. Now, it would be a short-term bill. So they can't even do something that would keep everything up and running until the end of November. Now, because the Republicans currently control both chambers of Congress, the Democrats are at a disadvantage here. But what they're doing here to protect some tax subsidies for Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, they are saying, no, we will not vote to end a filibuster and advance any sort of bill that reopens the government unless you include or give us some guarantees that some of these Affordable Care Act propositions will still be there. So the Democrats want to see an extension of expiring tax credits, which make health insurance cheaper for a lot of folks, millions of Americans. And they want to reverse some Trump Medicaid cuts. Now, there's some on the Democratic side saying, do this separately. In other words, vote to keep the government going. Put that aside. And then you have a clean slate to argue the Medicaid stuff and to argue the Obamacare stuff. And there's a handful of Republicans that have actually voted with a handful of Democrats that have voted with Republicans in the Senate to do just that. But they haven't gotten to the 60-vote threshold. 60 votes in the Senate, 6-0, does not pass the bill, but it ends the filibuster. And then the Republicans would pass the bill with a simple majority to keep the government open. Right now, they're a bit short of 60. I think they're at 54 votes. So you have 51 Republicans and 3 Democrats. John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, and Angus, our friend Angus King in Maine. So there you go. And there are people on both sides of this, Democrat and Republicans. There are people who say, hey, this is a great tactical move. And there are other people who say this has the capacity to blow up in our faces. So we'll see. There you go. So it's stuck because they can't get to 60 votes in the Senate to advance the bill. Juan in West Haven is here. Hello, Juan. How are you?
I'm doing well, Paul. Well said. I was just going to say what you just mentioned just now.
Yeah.
However, what you didn't say was that the Democrats are crying because the subsidies, which they sunsetted during the Biden years, to this year.
Yeah.
Okay. So when the big beautiful bill passed, there were some cuts. Not even cuts. There were just certain regulations in the bill, right, that excluded, health care for illegals and all that, right?
Yeah.
So what the Democrats want to do now during this period of shutdown is that they want that money back in that the BBB took out.
I think
what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think that, and there's kind of some funky language in there, Juan, that the Republicans accuse the Democrats of wanting that would kind of reclassify some people and allow them once again to get those benefits, those supplements, and that's where part of the argument is. Yes.
Right. Understand, but the issue is that this particular move by Chuck Schumer has never happened before.
No.
Okay?
No.
He passed 14 clean resolutions.
Yep.
Right? Prior to this. All of a sudden, because they're angry about this BBB bill, right? Now they're saying, oh my God, the Republicans don't want subsidies for poor people. And that is not true.
Yeah, and Jose and Juan, I'm sorry, Juan, thank you. Appreciate it. We're responding to Jose's question here. Juan, thank you. The other thing here is you mentioned, people are like, well, wait a minute. Chuck Schumer, like, why is he doing this now? And apparently you're reading a little bit more now, and people are starting to say he's afraid of a challenge from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And the progressives are getting to Chuck Schumer, who, Chuck's getting up there. He's in the 70s. They're saying, hey, if you don't stand up to Trump now, we're coming after you the next time you run. Now, if I was him, I'd get the hell out. What are you doing? If you see what's coming after you, the Mamdani types and the AOC types. So there's a lot of illusions, and now you're seeing a lot of, rumors that he's going along with this because basically he's getting threatened by AOC.
This fall, make your daily radio destination WICC. Your weekdays start with Melissa in the morning. Then it's the Lisa Wexler Show. The Download with John Kamal and Chris Williams. And Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Local news updates every hour, along with Fairfield County traffic and weather from meteorologist Paul Pioric. Plus, more local news and live talk on weekends, too. We are WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Forest Hills Milford, a brand new 55-plus community offering luxury rental units nestled on the north side of Milford, conveniently off the Merritt, close to Milford's harbor, beaches, hiking, golfing, shopping, and more. Forest Hills Milford, now leasing gorgeous, spacious units with high-end appliances and finishes, reserved garages with storage units, fitness centers, clubhouse, and even a dog park. Check out Forest Hills Milford and elevate your lifestyle. See foresthillsmilford.com for more information or to set up a tour. That's foresthillsmilford.com.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
My grandfather, Frank Pepe, didn't just create our Beats. He created a gathering place that our family is still proud to share to this day. My mother and aunt built on his dream. Today, my siblings, cousins, and I are honored to continue the tradition. Pepe's has always been about family, ours and the generations of families who gather at our tables.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan. Passionate about pizza since 1925. Visit your local Pepe's today.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, October 14th or 16th at Il Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at Il Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Next up for Connecticut Superstar auditions, the Scratchers.
It's the first Tuesday of the month. It's time to scratch tickets, there's a bunch.
Stop. First Tuesday? Yeah, Connecticut Lottery releases new scratch tickets on the first Tuesday of every month.
First Tuesday. That's a yes for us.
New tickets, new prizes, new chances to win. It's the first Tuesday, so let's get scratching.
Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777.
You are listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident still works in Greenwich, southbound by the state line. The backup all the way back to Darien. Northbound, it's about a half hour to go from Greenwich up to Norwalk. An hour plus Norwalk up to Bridgeport, packed in solid through the Westport exits. Northbound on the Parkway, a little bit heavy out of Stamford, New Canaan, and 45 to 50 minutes Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Still heavy Route 8 up to the bridge. This update brought to you by Kitchen Corner. Get ready for the fall season with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. They're your one-stop for all your fall and Halloween needs, plus expert knife sharpening. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As soon as you hear it in the news, Paul already has his opinion on it. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
As we head into Columbus Day weekend 2025, we couldn't get Christopher Columbus today, so we got the next best thing, Christopher Caruso. Cristoforo, how are you, my man? What's up?
Very good, Paul. And talking about government shutdown,
yeah,
tonight and tomorrow night would have been the Marine Band concerts that we do every year.
Yep.
It would have been our 36th year, and many people love to come to those concerts, enjoy them. We get great crowds. But because of the government shutdown, the Marines weren't allowed to travel to Bridgeport. The funding wasn't there, so in turn, it didn't happen. So for those who haven't heard that word yet, there's no concert tonight or tomorrow night. It's been canceled.
Now, what I understand, though, we're trying to reschedule, right?
That's right. We're working on that now, Paul, and trying to get a date that will work for the band and also Bridgeport, and we're working on that now. There's no date definite, but we are working on a few dates, and then we'll announce it to the public. The Marines really love Bridgeport. I know the people of Bridgeport and the surrounding community love the Marines, and we just want to bring everyone together again. It won't be Columbus Day, but it will still be a nice time to bring everyone together.
All right. And the parade, Chris, and I'm honored to be the honorary Grand Marshal. Parade is still on, rain or shine, right?
Yes, it's still on. One of the things in our tradition is to make sure we do the parade, that we didn't want to break the line of years that the parade has happened. This year is the 117th year, and I think we're the second oldest parade in the country. The first one is out of San Francisco, and then I think we come in second because I've done some research, and it looks that way. I could be wrong, and I stand corrected, but based on what I was able to look at, it looks like San Francisco in the 1800s did their first parade, and we did ours in 1908.
Oh.
But we also had a reenactment, if you will, of the Columbus coming to not America, but to the Caribbean, which he accidentally came across. We did a reenactment of that at Seaside Park, and I think it was 1892. So we are one of the oldest in the country, and we keep that tradition alive.
Absolutely. Chris, couple things in the news, and you know, I know you're big on accountability and on and staying away from corruption and all this, and I think Hearst did an outstanding job in a multi-part series that they did that generated a ton of calls here and a ton of reaction on social media. That, you know, you wonder, and again, this is a tricky subject because it's hard to prove this, Chris, but, you know, you wonder whether, unfortunately, is City Hall in Bridgeport one of the locales around the state that a lot of people, including the justices of the peace, are very astute people. They're wondering, are there marriage scams going on here, and how do we get a hold of this?
Well, they do occur, marriage scams. I remember when I was in the legislature, a gentleman in Danbury married a group of people and never filed the paperwork, and come to find out he wasn't a JP, and the legislature had to make valid those marriages. You know, the legislature can do that, and we took a vote to validate all those marriages that this person had done, but he wasn't legitimate. And I, as a matter of fact, full disclosure, I'm a justice of the peace too, Paul.
Well, there you go, Chris. Chris, if I ever take the dive again, I'm coming to you. We'll negotiate a little envelope there. It'll be all good. So just let you know. And I am a citizen of the U.S., and I'll make sure I marry a citizen. But go ahead.
I'll do it free. Pasendanim.
All right,
free, so not a problem.
Yeah.
But no, Paul, I've been for over 20 years a justice of the peace, and I had warned City Hall, the leadership of City Hall, that there was a problem occurring at 999 Broad Street, which is City Hall, because I had heard rumors, and also that apparently there were people marrying people right in City Hall. And I warned the City Hall about it, that there was a problem. And sure enough, apparently the newspaper is doing a review and investigation.
Yeah.
And I think what was fascinating is that people are being bussed in from other parts of the country.
I know.
Not just Connecticut, from other parts of the country.
Yeah.
And the men were dressed apparently in suits.
Yeah.
And the women that were marrying them were very casually dressed.
Yeah.
And then they lined, well, it's so funny that this could even happen. They lined the people up outside City Hall, the men on one side, the women on the other, and they would be lined up, and they'd go into the Vital Records office, get the wedding license issued, and then they would marry them right at City Hall. And this would be, now I've also heard some rumor, and I don't have fact of it, but that some of these JPs are making over $40,000 a month.
Wait, $40,000 a month.
A month, Paul. And the reason is because with Justice of the Peace, you could charge whatever you want for a wedding.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I will tell you, full disclosure, I've charged $75.
Oh.
Okay? And I've stayed that way for about 20 years. I haven't gone up. And as a matter of fact, if it's a young couple and it's they're trying to start their life off, many times I would throw it in for free. I wouldn't even charge them, okay?
Yeah.
Now, what was happening, Paul, over the last 3 years, I got no calls, no inquiries saying, hey, Mr. Caruso, you're a JP, can you marry us? I never got a call, right? So those 3 years, the reason I'm not getting calls, and not only me, but other JPs, is because of what's happening at City Hall.
Well, you're not mixed up in the clique, shall we say.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing, Paul, they're marrying people right at City Hall.
Yeah.
They're not giving money as a rent to City Hall. They're using that building for free. And so when I talked to the leadership at City Hall, I said, well, gee, can a lawyer come in and hang a shingle? Could a doctor, could a CPA, could an accountant come in and run things? These are businesses, Paul. It's income. It has to be reported to the IRS over a certain dollar amount, right? It's a business. So here these JPs are marrying people as a business, doing it for free at City Hall, not having to pay anything, and then they're marrying these people. There's no law against an immigrant marrying a citizen.
Yeah.
But in this case, the problem is that, they're not getting married because they're in love or they really, want a life together. They're marrying people just to bypass immigration law.
It's maddening.
Why the feds are looking at it, from what I hear, and they're looking into it, and then they're coming on buses, Paul.
Buses.
Many of these people coming on buses.
And Chris, in about the minute we have left here, because I got to scoot, but come to find out, as always, there were a couple of bills introduced in the General Assembly last year and pushed very hard by the Secretary of the State's office, Stephanie Thomas. Even she said there's probably some funny stuff going on here. And just like Chris, it's just like with the absentee ballots. The bills sound real good and they go nowhere. They go nowhere.
That's right, Paul. The interesting thing, in Bridgeport, the people that are marrying people in Bridgeport, I hear they're doing it in New Haven too.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why they're making. And Paul, they charge $400, $500, $600 a person to get married.
Nice. What the hell am I doing? What am I doing here?
Well, that's right. So you add that up, it honestly could be $40,000 a month easily.
Wow.
And they're making money hands over fist, and these people are coming in. All the men apparently are dressed in suits, which is fascinating.
Yeah.
Maybe they got a letter or something. You have to be in a suit to make it look legitimate. But it's unbelievable, Paul.
Unreal.
Allowed to go on.
Unreal. Chris, thank you, and I'll see you on Sunday for the parade, okay?
Yes, see you then, Paul.
All right, then. Thanks, Chris. Bye-bye. How about that, what Chris just said? He's hearing rumors, $40,000 a month by people just cranking out those marriages. Honey, where should we get married? Acapulco, Tahiti, Aruba. I don't know. I say Bridgeport.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident continues to work south on 95 at the state line. Delays back to Darien. Northbound on 95. Once you get out of Stamford, slow through Darien, but not horrible. We have more company into Westport. It's really heavy stop and go from exit 16 in Norwalk all the way up to the Fairfield Rest. An hour still to go Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Parkway about the same. Pockets through lower Fairfield County. Really heavy stuff starts at Route 7 through Westport. Heavy 44, the old 44 to 49. And northbound Route 8 still delays up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Looking good further north into the valley. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight, with low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is your retirement wake-up call. Most people will have 4 to 6 major financial storms during their life. Are you prepared? Are you going to be ready? Take the quiz now at rocksolidretirementquiz.com to spot your number one mistake and grab your free retirement report. Strategies for Wealth Management has your back. Let's protect, preserve, and grow your money. Build a rock-solid retirement now. Go to rocksolidretirementquiz.com.
Insurance products and services are offered by Strategies for Wealth Management. Content contained herein should not be construed as an offer or solicitation for investment advice or for the purchase or sale of any security, insurance, or other investment product.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief on Wall Street today. Stocks had been heading for a slight gain this morning, but that changed quickly after a presidential post on social media. CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
President Trump's threatened, quote, massive tariff hike on China landed with a thud on Wall Street.
Trump is upset at restrictions China's placed on exports of its rare earths.
The potential re-acceleration of a trade war with China completely spooked investors. All three major indexes closed in the red. The Dow is down 1.9%, the S&P 500 off 2.7%, and the Nasdaq lost 3.5%.
Today was the worst day for stocks since April, which may have been primed for a drop after surging to records recently in a nearly relentless rally. Overseas indexes fell across much of Europe and Asia. CBS News Special Report. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A hoax email from overseas prompted a precautionary protocol for all Milford public schools this morning. Milford police are confirming that all 8 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools in the district activated a no outdoor activities and limited visitation protocol this morning as the result of an email from another country that was received this morning. It did not specify a school and was deemed not credible. The district says the protocol was lifted this morning. Senator Richard Blumenthal is hopeful that the agreement between Israel and Hamas will bring lasting peace to the region. Blumenthal says he hopes the agreement is a turning point as it can literally save lives. He says the world is waiting to exhale when the hostages are finally released after 2 long years. The Democratic senator says his deep hope is that the deal will lead to a permanent end to hostilities and to lasting peace for all Palestinians and Israelis. Governor Ned Lamont has been served with a subpoena ordering him to be available to testify in the federal corruption trial of Costa Diamantis. Diamantis is accused of bribery and extortion in running the state school construction grant program in Governor Lamont's budget office. The subpoena does not mean Lamont will testify, as his attorneys could seek to quash it. The Diamantis trial began this week in Bridgeport Federal Court. There was no court today, and testimony in the case will resume next week. A scooter rider was taken to the hospital after a crash with a vehicle in Bridgeport. The crash happened yesterday on East Main Street near Clarence Street. The rider was taken by ambulance to Bridgeport Hospital with an apparent broken leg. The vehicle driver remained at the scene and currently is not facing any charges. A woman has been arrested in Derby after she allegedly crashed into a police cruiser while trying to flee from officers. Police say Alea Beeman was trying to drive away in a stolen vehicle after allegedly assaulting a man and his dog on Elizabeth Street on September 27th. Beeman was arrested after police say she crashed into a cruiser and another vehicle. She's being held on $250,000 bond on numerous charges. As colder weather moves in, state leaders have announced $8 million in funding for homeless services. $4.5 million of those funds are dedicated to expanding shelter capacity, with the remaining $3.5 million supporting care centers where homeless individuals can access resources and services. Norwalk Democratic State Representative Kadeem Roberts expressed his gratitude that the problem is being directly addressed.
Though it is a start, though we might be playing catch up,
we're fixing something now. I know you guys woke up this morning and seen it was 40 degrees outside. It's only going to get a little worse. And for us, we're grateful, to have homes, but there's a lot of people that don't have it.
Governor Ned Lamont said that while taking care of those who are homeless is a great start, the solution lies in addressing Connecticut's ongoing housing crisis.
We're doing a lot, but we got to do more. We built more new housing in the last 3 years than we have in, a couple of decades. More affordable housing than we have in a couple of decades. And we've got 6,000 or 7,000 units under construction now.
Seymour residents have voted to approve the construction of a new elementary school. The vote passed with almost 1,800 residents voting for the $60 million construction project. The construction will be partially funded by city funds. Voters in Derby will decide this election cycle if the city should approve millions of dollars for capital improvement projects. More than 3/4 of the $6.5 million would go to upgrades for emergency services. This includes money for 2 engines for the Derby Fire Department, a rescue truck for the Storm Ambulance Corps, 2 public works vehicles, and replacing the public safety radio system. Gildemar Herrera is back at work as Information Technology Director of New Haven Public Schools. Herrera was fired by the district after a cyber attack led to $6 million being stolen from city schools in 2023. She was fired in September of 2024, and she was ordered reinstated last month after the case was heard in arbitration. Mayor Justin Elicker says he's disappointed with the decision and believes the firing was appropriate, but says he will respect the ruling. Emergency repairs to address sinkholes on Route 113 in Stratford are now complete. The state DOT began working on the road in early June after drainage pipes failed below the road and caused sinkholes. DOT official Josh Morgan described the situation.
Yeah, just the removal of material. Obviously, our road is paved. It's on top of other material, sand, dirt, gravel, and the earth just sort of washes away, gives way. That could, open up and create what we saw out there on Route 113.
An emergency declaration was made June 3rd, which allowed for the DOT to immediately mobilize contractors to address the problem. State and local officials gathered near the impacted area today to celebrate the reopening of the road. And a Fairfield resident has been confirmed to a position in the Trump administration. The U.S. Senate confirmed Republican David Fogel to be the new Assistant Secretary of Commerce and Director General of the United States and Foreign Commercial Service in the Trump administration. Fogel previously served in the administration during President Trump's first term, first as the chief of staff at the Export-Import Bank, and then later at the State Department, where he served as senior advisor and chief business development officer. Fogel has been a longtime resident of Fairfield. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Accident still reportedly working south on 95 at the state line. Delays back to Darien. Northbound, not too bad out of Stamford. They're trying to get through Darien, but jam solid from Route 7 getting up into Southport. New accident reported by exit 19. Parkway, another accident near exit 3 to 5 coming over the state line. Heavy stuff starts at Route 7, packed in pretty solid, about 45 to an hour to get up to Route 8. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know what that means. My team, the Jets, still suck. Even the Giants turned a corner last night, huh? All right, the only caller maybe in talk radio in Connecticut who has his own theme. We, of course, fire up Mark with our weekly NFL picks. Mark, how are you, sir? What's up?
Great, Paul. How you doing?
You sound fired up, Mark, as always. You've been watching my Jets, huh? How about that, huh?
Yeah, the Jets aren't doing too well this year.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. All right, so where do we stand now? This is week 6 here. What is your cumulative record so far?
6-6.
All right, not too bad. Okay.
Yeah, 500, not bad.
Not too bad. All right, here, folks. Now, Mark, I gotta come up with my disclaimer here, folks. We're only doing this for fun, all right? Mark, should they bet the mortgage money on this? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Should they
Definitely not.
Should they bet
Definitely not.
Should they bet the kids' inheritance on this? Yes or no? Assuming you like your kids, would you do that?
Nope.
Okay, there you go. That's enough for me. All right, here's Mark's 3 NFL picks. Have fun with them. Don't bet. Use Monopoly money. Order beer and pizza, whatever. All right, Mark, pick number 1. What do you got?
All right. Bengals plus 14.5 over Green Bay.
Wow. All right. Yep.
All right. Number 2, the Ravens plus 7.5 over the Rams.
Wow, he's taking points this week. All right, and
the last one is the Bills and Falcons over 49.5 points.
All right, you're taking the over 49.5 Falcons. All right, so here we go. Take those Bengals, even though Joe Flacco's the quarterback now, I think. Bengals plus 14.5 over Green Bay. Jeez. The Ravens 7.5 over the Rams and Buffalo. And who's Buffalo playing, you said? Oh, the Falcons. Yeah, right?
Yep.
All right. Over 49.5. All right. How's everything else? You all right? You good?
Yeah, hanging in there.
Well, that's what we like. All right, Mark, take care, my friend. We'll talk to you next week. So there are the deadlock picks. Our buddy Mark, the prognosticator. He likes the Bengals plus 14.5. Yikes, over Green Bay. Baltimore with the point 7.5 over the Rams. But, is what's his name playing this week? Man, I don't know. And Lamar Jackson. And Buffalo and the Falcons over 49.5. Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, how are you?
How you doing, Paul?
All right.
3 things really quick.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I pay attention to the Little League kids in my town is the 11 and 12-year-old majors kids are both in first place in their respective brackets.
Nice.
And they're 8 little, and it was way more fun watching them than it was paying attention to the Yankees, let me tell you.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Okay, so I want to wish you good luck for flying that Columbus Day flag.
Yeah.
We have a 32-inch bronze Columbus.
Nice.
Kind of retired to the backyard.
Okay.
But ever since they took Columbus out of Worcester Square in New Haven, we moved it back up to the front yard just to make a point.
Yeah.
And by the way, that statue they took out of Worcester Square, it's still in storage. They never put it somewhere else.
Yeah, where's Rosa? Where's Rosa DeLauro, the proud Italian? What was she doing? Yeah.
She's on the progressive trail.
Yeah.
And the subject of the day is, who are you pulling for? What do you want? What issue is important for state elections?
Yeah.
To me, it's not an issue like unemployment, strike pay, or what do you do with the illegals.
Yeah.
It's the one-party rule, which has become ossified in stone in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And we need to break that somehow. And it's not even Democrats. There are good Democrats like George Jepson as the Attorney General before Tong.
Yeah.
He was an excellent straight shooter as Attorney General.
Yep.
And instead, we've got a barking chihuahua, completely partisan guy who doesn't come up with one issue that I think that I don't think he's wrong about.
No.
And so I'd like to break the one-party rule somehow. And so maybe the treasurer can be a Republican, maybe the Secretary of State. I'm not sure. And your point is, if it has to be Lamont, he's probably the best Democrat, that I could think of to advance issues important to me. Happy Friday.
Thank you, Dave.
I hope your parade stays dry.
Well,
maybe you'll get it in.
We'll do what we can. Well, Dave, thank you. It's rain or shine, Dave. Speaking of the 117th Columbus Day Parade in the city of Bridgeport, I'm honored to be the honorary Grand Marshal, so I will be in the WICC vehicle. What does war do to the human brain, the quote-unquote wiring of the brain? either going into war, fighting a war, or coming back. We'll talk about that fascinating topic with an expert straight ahead.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Are you ready for some football? Tune in every Sunday to the Voice of Connecticut for nonstop NFL action. Catch 2 thrilling games at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., plus a 30-minute pregame show at 12:30. We'll bring you the insights, team updates, and the latest league news. It's all brought to you by Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food is served fast. Don't miss a moment of the action. The NFL on the Voice of Connecticut every Sunday. Kick off your game day right.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident still reportedly working south on 95 at the state line. Delays back to Darien. Northbound, not too bad out of Stamford. They're trying to get through Darien, but jam solid from Route 7 getting up into Southport. New accident reported by exit 19. Parkway, another accident near exit 3 to 5 coming over the state line. Heavy stuff starts at Route 7, packed in pretty solid, about 45 to an hour to get up to Route 8. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy and cool this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Sunday rainy and windy with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, let's get away from all the negativity here with the politics and the news. Let's talk about something very, very serious here. Welcoming our next guest, who is a neuroscientist. He researches the brain, technology, and security at University College London, Georgetown University, and the Center for Strategic and International Studies in D.C. He advises the Pentagon, the joint staff there. He's worked with governments in the private sector. He's been cited and featured on outlets like CNN, the BBC, Foreign Affairs, Foreign Policy, The Atlantic, and Slate. The name of the book is Warhead, How the Brain Shapes War and War Shapes the Brain. Dr. Nicholas Wright joins us. Dr. Wright, it's Paul here on WICC. Thank you for stopping by. How are you?
Very well, thanks, Paul. Thanks so much for having me on.
Fascinating. I saw this pitch. I said I had to have you on. This sort of thing fascinates me. How the brain shapes war. How does that happen, Doctor? What role do we as humans and our brain functions have in shaping war?
Well, I mean, war on the brain have always been together, or conflict in the brain. Throughout history and prehistory, many humans faced violence or starvation or other life and death emergencies. And to navigate those types of life-threatening emergencies, every brain is built to win or at least survive a fight. So that's the same, that's your brain and my brain, and every listener's brain. And actually, we see that every part of the brain, all the way from the brainstem right down at the base, which does some of our most basic things like breathing and controlling our blood pressure and so on, all the way through to the other end of the brain that does our most sophisticated things like thinking about our own thinking.
And then the second part of this, Doctor, how war shapes the brain. Now, is that an evolutionary thing, or are we speaking of things like the effects that war has on the brain, things like PTSD and stress and all that?
It's both. That's a great question. It's both. I mean, I think if we look at the first part of that, it is impossible to understand how the brain works unless you realize that the potential for life-threatening emergencies has shaped every part of our brain. Take, for example, fear. And this links to your second question about PTSD. So fear. It sounds counterintuitive, but we need fear. Fear is useful. Right? There is a small part of the brain, you have one on each side, called the amygdala. Okay. And the amygdala is really important for fear. So I've seen patients with a very rare condition where they lose that part of the brain. They lose their amygdalas. And that means they don't feel fear. They don't recognize fear properly in others, and they don't feel fear themselves. But fear is useful. So for these people, when they lose fear, they don't become some kind of fearless criminal who can take whatever they want, unafraid of any consequences. That's not what happens. They actually become victims of crime because fear is useful. Fear helps us navigate the world. And so we need fear. But then on the other hand, fear can also cause problems that can help drive us towards war. So, if I fear what the other side is doing and they feel what I'm doing, then that can lead to spirals that can lead to conflict. And of course, if fear runs amok, that can lead to problems like PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a disorder of fear.
Dr. Nicholas Wright, neurologist. The name of the book is Warhead, How the Brain Shapes War and War Shapes the Brain. Dr. Wright, all societies, no matter what country, no matter how far back in the past and likely in the future, we tend to deify great military leaders. Are their brains different? Are they wired differently to send men and women into battle and to think strategically and dispassionately about it?
That is a really great question. In a way, yes. So leaders are wired a little bit differently. I'll put aside, military geniuses, because I think that term can be applied to people like Napoleon or Nelson. But yes, so what we know, for example, is a lot of people don't actually like being leaders. They don't like taking on responsibility for others. And so a good leader is somebody who is willing to take on responsibility for others. But that's not the only thing that makes them a good leader. Another good leader is good at having a well-judged sense of their own self-confidence. You need to have self-confidence to take on responsibility for others, but you also need to take on other people's opinions and have a good judgment about your own confidence. A great example of that is Dwight D. Eisenhower, a man who had to make, unbelievably stressful choices about, should I let D-Day go ahead?
Yeah.
When there might be bad weather that could have destroyed the whole thing. And he took that responsibility on. He took lots of different people's opinions together, and he combined it. But he was the one who made the decision.
You also mention, I think, from what I'm seeing here, fascinating thought here. World War II leaders, as you mentioned, tank commanders, the great Shaka Zulu, or Sir Winston Churchill, and you say these people, and this is fascinating, could see through the fog of war. Explain that.
Yeah, I mean, that what they were able to do is they were able to see further than many other people. And the reason for that is that they weren't just clever, although they all were, but they were also wise. So wisdom is something that, perhaps people don't talk enough about these days, but that's what those great leaders have. Wisdom is the ability to see the bigger picture about ourselves in the world, so that we can choose actions that help us achieve our goals, right? That's what wisdom is. And we're learning so much more about how wisdom works in the brain. So to give you an example, a really central part of wisdom, and this is the case if you look at ancient China or ancient Greece, thinking on know thyself, right? A central component of wisdom is always the ability to reflect, to think about your own thinking, to self-reflect. And what we've seen over the last 15 years or so is an explosion in our understanding about how humans can think about their own thinking. And what's even more remarkable, how we can enhance, we can improve how we think about our own thinking. So and that can help us become wiser and help us see through the fog of war. We'll never get rid of the fog of war completely. There will always be things that we cannot know, but we can see further and better if we are wiser.
In about the minute we have left, Dr. Wright, the fact that we all, a lot of us my age and a little younger and older, have had relatives who have been in some really bad war situations, but you hear, hey, Grandpa never talked about it, or Uncle Mike never wanted to talk about it. Where does that come from? Is that the brain medicating itself? Is that the human brain kind of putting those horrible memories in a corner of war and not wanting to tap into them?
I mean, there's a part of that. I think one of the things we must remember about the human brain is how resilient it is. So our brains, if you think about all the people who went through World War II, my great-uncle, you said that my great-uncle Sidney, he was a British tank commander in World War II. He fought for years, right up until the very end of World War II, and he won a high award for bravery in World War II as a tank commander. And yet, I remember him as a happy man. He used to push me around when I was a kid in a wheelbarrow. He was surrounded by children in his 100th birthday, and loving family members. Humans are enormously resilient.
Sure.
And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm really optimistic about the future.
Excellent. Name of the book, Warhead, How the Brain Shapes War and How War Shapes the Brain, Dr. Nicholas Wright. Dr. Wright, thank you so much. We appreciate the time, sir, and good luck down the road. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 still a very busy trip making your way through Stamford Greenwich thanks to an earlier crash by the state line. Parkway will call Apache volume. Stamford up through New Canaan. Both roadways still 45 to an hour. Norwalk to Bridgeport. Earlier accidents should be gone by exit 19. Very heavy on the Parkway. Westport into Norwalk. Delays on the Fairfield side up by the mall into Trumbull. Route 8 still busy and an accident on Route 34 near the Stevenson Dam getting out of Newtown into Seymour. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with a low in the upper 40s. Partly sunny Saturday with a high near 70. Rainy and windy Sunday with a high in the low 60s. And more rain Monday with a high in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, real quick, let's wrap up the show with Bill in Bridgeport. Bill, you got about 30 seconds, my friend. What do you got?
I will see you Sunday morning up where they muster before the parade starts with your necklace.
All
I
right.
had car problems today. I was going to go up there today to the station, but I didn't get there.
All right, hope you can find us out there. Bill, we'll be somewhere near the head of the parade, so hopefully we'll find you.
Well, I'm not too far from Madison Avenue.
Oh,
only
good.
a couple blocks away.
All right, Bill, thanks. Appreciate it. There you go. Now, folks, what Bill was referring to was the fact that I've been asked to be the honorary Grand Marshal of the 117th Bridgeport Columbus Day Parade. So I will be there, throw money. No, I'm kidding. It's a joke. Stop. We'll have fun. Look for the big WICC vehicle. I think it's going to have my name on it. Don't tell the cops where it is, okay? Please, I'm begging you.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. President Trump is threatening sharply higher tariffs on China. Details from CBS News White House reporter Linda Kenyon.
President Trump says he's placing a 100% tax on Chinese imports starting November 1st or sooner, now that China has restricted exports of rare earth minerals needed for U.S. industries. Posting on social media, the president said the new tariffs are on top of the tariffs China is already paying to import its products into the U.S.
Another Trump post on tariffs on China earlier in the day sent stocks deep into the red. Here's PNC Bank chief economist Gus Fauché.
This is a reminder that there is still a lot of uncertainty out there, that things can change very quickly. Investors have been assuming that things are going to stay calm going forward, but obviously I think this disrupted that.
19 people are missing and presumed dead in an explosion at a munitions plant. It's 60 miles southwest of Nashville. Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis.
It's the most devastating scene that I've seen in my career.
CBS's Nicole Valdez is on the scene.
So far, it doesn't look like they seem to believe that this was an act of terrorism. So, of course, really right now, there are a lot of questions. A lot of people here who are waiting for those answers. They are filled with emotion. You can tell as they sit here, they're filled with anxiety. They're hugging one another, just trying to make sense of what happened here.
The White House Budget Office is following through on President Trump's promise of mass firings of federal employees during the government shutdown. CBS's Natalie Brand has that.
CBS News has confirmed from some federal employees that these notices have begun to go out, informing them that they will be fired in 60 days. Now, unclear at this point what will happen if the government reopens before then.
Today is day 10 of the shutdown with no end in sight. Former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice told CBS News she's happy that 200 American soldiers will be based in Israel to help keep the Gaza ceasefire from failing.
We will have capabilities to help in getting people there, getting the humanitarian assistance organized. And so that's a step that we've not seen before.
CBS's Robert Berger in Jerusalem says Israelis have been reacting with great joy after learning that the hostages held by Hamas will soon be released as part of the ceasefire.
It's a huge collective sigh of relief for the entire country. I mean, the hostage issue has just overshadowed life here since the war began 2 years ago.
The hostages are expected to be home by Monday or Tuesday. At the close of a very tough day on Wall Street, the Dow was down almost 2%. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters